Hello, friends! Welcome to Symbaroum. This is a Swedish TTRPG system created by Järnringen. It's also a setting. There's lots of dark, spooky stuff in doomed ruins of ancient peoples that have, for some reason, not here anymore, and they had magical things, and they're cursed, and they're awful and dangerous, but super awesome. You should totally touch them. This is a game that is going to be dungeon mastered by my friend Obdurant, so please, Kevin, take it away.
Hello, and thank you for that lovely introduction.
Of course.
Tonight we find our party of intrepid adventurers in one such doomed ruin. They are underground, a level down, a little beaten up after a fight with an undead creature. And Veraxis, why don't you give us a quick little recap for how the last session went?
Well, you see, last session, we went into the ruins for the 5th time, changed out some squad, got into a ton of fights. The journey here was very easy. We didn't get into 4 different fights on the way to the ruins.
Okay.
And then we fought a giant snake and a Karmeon.
Mm-hmm.
But we defeated both. It was very good. And now we're just resting up in a room.
Yeah.
Also, Karmeon put like acid in his eyes, and now he can see in the dark, or so he says.
He does say.
Just
Excuse me,
someone
in AI, N-I, N-I,
Yeah.
A-I.
And
Well, AI is robots. An eye is how he sees.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Cool. Great. Yeah, so as we return, you are on the first sort of sub-level of this ruin. You're tucked away in a room to rest for the night. How exactly do you handle the logistics of that? Do you all just kind of give in to fatigue, or are you keeping watches?
Is there any furniture in the room?
So this appears less like a room and more like some form of ancient storage closet.
Are there like large barrels?
Nope. Really, all there are there are a few. The back wall is composed of basically kind of a stone set of shelves with a little bit of dust and decomposed. Not so much decomposed as just like faded fabrics and cloths. There's what might have been a broom that looks exceptionally brittle in the corner, and otherwise it's pretty much just stone floor.
So there's nothing I could use to try and help block the door for the night?
Oh, is that what you're after? Not really. You could potentially try to like wedge your sword between a groove of the blocks and like
Sounds like
the
a
door?
really bad idea.
I mean, it's up to you.
I think we'll just go with watches.
Okay.
Mayra will have first watch.
Is it? Are you sure about that, Mayor? Aren't you still feeling like super bad?
Am I?
Didn't you lose like a ton of resolute?
Oh, Mayra wants to take a nap.
Pekome can still take 0 damage before she falls down.
Wow.
Karmeon, having taken a giant great sword or just normal sword? Smash. We're going to say smash.
It was a normal sword.
Yeah, so we're going to say that it was a really good hit, but Pekome, being skilled as she is, probably just turned it aside. Rather
at the
than
last second slapped you with the sword instead of
yeah,
cut you.
like slapped as hard as you can at the end of like a 2.5 foot arm and 3.5 foot sword. There's a lot of leverage there. Anyways, Karmeon is already out.
Okay, so Karmeon's sleeping. That's great. So Pekome takes first watch, and the night progresses from there. Pekome,
Yeah.
give me a vigilant roll during your watch.
I have 100% success rate at these. Is it at 0?
At 0.
Chat, that's the worst possible roll he can do.
Very good.
Wait, roll to confirm?
Yeah, let's see.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just
100%.
an extreme failure. Cool. So,
Worse? I could have lost an eye.
True. Very true. Could be worse in a lot of ways. But as far as you know, you kind of can't camp out at the edge of the door on the inside. Try to rest as best you can while listening in on whatever might be passing in the hallways outside. But you're not really able to pick anything up. It just sounds quiet, unnervingly quiet, really. At some point during the night, it probably starts to set in as a form of dis-ease, or disquiet is the word I'm looking for Pekome. Just like, a little trickle down the spine, that kind of feeling. But despite the discomfort of it, nothing really happens. It's just a quiet shift.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Who takes second watch?
Obviously, it's always Karmeon.
Okay.
It has been thus far, and
Mm-hmm.
Karmeon wakes up a little whinily.
Why
Looks
are you
around
waking me up? You broke my collarbone.
looks around for stable furniture, and
There is
given this ruin is like potentially, I think, 2,000 years old, finds none,
Mm-hmm.
and then just stands up, leans against the wall, and glares at the door.
Okay. I won't have you roll.
Wow.
And the third watch is going to be Mayra. And that's pretty much it. It is a night's rest, so you can each regain a stat point or hit point.
My stats are back to normal.
Yeah, that's the biggest twist so far.
We never thought the day would come.
Mm-hmm.
I will restore a point into Resolute.
Okay. And is there any other healing, elixir use, sort of stuff you all want to do to prepare for setting forth?
Karmeon.
Karmeon gets to heal all 3 of us.
Karmeon.
Yeah. Karmeon will less whinily get up and start going through supplies, and this is way more supplies than there were 4 of us, and we used way less supplies. Karmeon will remark.
Well,
rather surprised.
Well, if you actually helped with the fighting.
Yes, if you actually killed something. It would make our jobs a lot easier.
I hit one of the cultists, the Seraph.
That's not good enough.
And then Karmeon will 1, 2, 3. As we'll go with watch order.
I always get the good heal. That's how this goes.
Oh.
This is
Karmeon critically failed himself.
Ugh.
Hey. Once again, Pekome's the only one who gets healed.
So 3 points to Pekome.
I love this trend.
I hate it.
Yeah, it's a little rough to operate on yourself, right? so you're
Yeah,
not really
it makes
able
sense.
to
Especially
handle
given it really wasn't a slice or a stab, it was a battering.
that.
Blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma. Yeah, not much you can do about that.
Meira hisses at Karmeon. You're making it worse. And bats away his hands.
Karmeon leaves all his work unfinished.
Meira seems okay
Goes to
with
pack
this.
up.
There's just like half a bandage roll like hanging off of Mayra.
Nah, she'll tuck a she knows how to like do some rudimentary field dressing stuff, so she'll do all of that.
Alrighty. And just so I know, for both Karmeon and Mayra, you guys are ticking health down, correct?
Yes.
I am missing 2 points.
Yeah, you're missing 2 points right now. Okay. Just want to make sure since we're not.
I go with the sensible option the system provided.
Right, of course. Okay. So the I mean, time passes, but there's no light down here other than the light that you've created for yourselves. And nevertheless, it does feel like maybe 8, really anywhere from 6 to 10 or 11 hours have gone by. And you feel a little more rested, a little more together. Do you want to take a moment to kind of sort out your plans, whether you want to continue on down, whether you want to try to escape, whether you want to find Vanilla's body or what?
I mean, that's been Karmeon's goal, so I think,
Mhm.
you know, barring anything else, that's what Karmeon will do.
After a night's rest, how does Karmeon's eye look to the rest of us?
Yeah, that's a good point. And how does the rest of everything look to Karmeon's one eye?
Yeah, so very little has changed from the last time that you insisted.
I am
Hey, welcome back.
Thank
And
you.
Mayra went off for a second.
It is flipped.
Mayra blacked out.
Meira opens her eyes. She's finally awake. And
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was Karmeon asking what his eye looks like.
Wow, we had such a great description.
I don't know. I think it could have taken another.
Wow.
I'm ready. We're all ready.
So-
Thank you, chat.
The pressure is unbelievable now.
Oh, right, because
Yeah.
chat won't hear it either.
Yeah, no one heard it. No one heard that.
Who knows
lovely
what his eye
description.
looks like now?
Wait,
Alright, so
are you
Karmeon-
telling me he opens his eyeball and it looks like a corgi?
No.
No,
Oh.
no one is telling me that.
Okay.
A boulder falls on Mayra. No. So
I've heard of this situation. It's called
Karmeon's-
rocks falling.
Karmeon's eye, the one eye that he dripped the elixir in, looks foggy and unclear compared to the other. It's clouded, and around the edges there are these red striations that fade to black at their very tips. It looks very clearly unnatural, and it doesn't appear to be really changing very much. It's probably stabilized the way that it looks now. And for Karmeon, he can see perfectly clear. It doesn't feel any different than it did before, barring the exception that he can see essentially perfectly in the dark through that eye now. Whereas his other eye, both to external and internal experimentation, appears to be completely normal and human, and as useless in the dark as the other one is useful. And then I asked how people were going to be advancing, and Karmeon said that he was going to pop right outside, go back to the intersection where you fought the undead snake, and take a left, which would put him on the trail of those bloody footprints that y'all were tracking earlier.
Yes.
And Pekome will top off the lantern that Mayra is carrying around.
Oh, thank you.
In what order are you, the three of you, traveling in right now?
Crazy guy, knight, crazy girl.
Okay. Karmeon, if you would, roll me a discrete check at a
Okay.
modifier of 0.
Does this modifier of 0 include the fact that I'm just prancing from footprint to footprint?
Okay, no. With a modifier of...
we have a set path. We can't diverge from, we're only following a probably dead man's footprints.
But you're just prancing?
Well, I mean, prancing was... We're following the footprints.
Alright, modifier of 0.
Okay.
Great, and a vigilant roll, please.
Okay.
You can put a modifier of, let's see, positive 2. Very nice. The bloody footprints continue, and rather than reach another intersection, you just reach a turn in the corridor as it reaches an end and turns to the left to continue up towards the heart of the complex again. And as you turn that corner, you see, perhaps 15 or 20 feet down the hallway, there appear to be 3 figures standing over a body that has slumped down. And although you can't see too many of the details given the distance and the fact that one of the people is standing between you and it, currently there's certainly enough circumstantial evidence to suggest that that is Bamila.
Okay.
The figures... Sorry?
Well, continue.
Okay. I was just going to say that the figures do not appear to be aware of you just yet. 2 are just staring down at the figure, and 1 is looking vacantly off in the opposite direction from you. And from what you can tell, their armor is tattered and old. They're heavy metals and leathers that have rusted and decayed, but they're still kind of clinging on.
Yeah, Karmeon will kind of stop and gesture behind him and whisperingly relay. I think there's some undead things in front of us.
What kind of undead things? Like giant snakes or walking men?
Oh no, like us. Normal undead.
Yes, normal undead things.
Yeah.
She looks over at Mayura. You think it might be more of the things that killed Dane?
When you look back at Maida, she is mostly turning her attention to the path behind them, trying to listen for, keep an eye out, an ear out for anything that might be following. And when you say this, she just kind of seems to freeze in place, and you can see her face kind of lose even more color, and her eyes just kind of go from you and to the floor. I do not know.
Well, Karmeon, is there a way around them, or...?
No? Is that true?
It does look as though it would be extremely challenging. I mean, so it's just a corridor leading away from you, and they're more or less clumped around Bamila's body. So unless something were, say, to draw them away, chances are you'd have to deal with them.
Okay.
Barring exceptional skill at thievery.
So the hallway where we sheltered, did that dead end?
No, it does continue beyond the door that you turned into.
Yeah, maybe we can turn around and go right or left. But they're also, I mentioned Bamilo, right there.
Why would they be guarding a corpse?
Maybe they are going to eat it.
They would have had plenty of time to eat him.
Maybe they're thinking about eating it.
I don't know if they think.
Well, Veda kind of like gestures vaguely upwards. Do you not remember the rope? They know how to use rope.
Well, Karmeon, does it look like good odds? Do you think we can take him?
There's only 3 of them.
It was only 3 last time.
Oh.
Have they noticed us?
No?
We could set up some kind of trap or ambush while Mayra fires at them from a distance.
Maida's eyeballs go to wherever Karmeon has set up bear traps.
Actually.
I mean, where he put them in his backpack. Hopefully he hasn't been walking around with them set up. I think that's an awful idea.
No, he has them on his back, so that way if anyone tries to grab him from behind, they just get bear trapped.
Shink!
Karmeon will get out the bear traps from his pack.
A new meaning of the word bear hug.
Oh gosh.
Start setting them up where they are.
Well, so what's the plan? Are we drawing them to us?
No,
We
we
shouldn't
don't
get
want to
any
go
closer.
past the bear traps. Pekome is going to take this time to relight her torch and then put it up on a nearby sconce. If that's cool.
Fine with me.
Yeah. Maida will
Oh.
gently tuck the
Were you muted?
I might have been.
lantern
Okay.
off to the side.
Yeah, the
wondering
lantern
if
off to the
you-
side sounds great. Karmeon, I'll just need a discreet roll for laying out those bear traps.
Oh.
You would not believe how many times I've asked that in the last minute.
How mad were you getting? Like, why is he not giving me this roll?
I was just confused. I wasn't mad. All right.
Yeah, well, Karmeon's noisily setting them up.
So yeah, the first trap that you put down, I mean, it's a heavy metal iron jaw, right? So
Yeah.
as you're pushing out to try and snap it into place, the brackets just crash down against this quasi marble flooring, and dust plumes around Karmeon, and there's this tremendous just. And Karmeon can see, though no
They
one else
noticed?
can, that they have noticed. Yes, the 3 have swiveled about and are staring at you. And as you take that in, they begin to just lumber into motion, making their way down the corridor towards you.
Maida draws her bow.
Mayra can draw her bow, although she still might not know that anything has happened. Although it would probably make total sense to
Yeah.
do something like that after
And-
the noise that Karmeon just
She-
made.
And
She
And
intentionally put the
backing up.
lantern down to
lantern
grab
off the
her
side,
bow.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
And Pekome puts the torch on the sconce and readies her weapons.
Now, Karmeon, you do have time to try to get a second down if you'd like, as they're approaching. Or not.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So the 3 march forward down the corridor, and we'll just set them up for our little initiative tracker here.
Bear traps in a hallway.
Yeah, now this hallway, the 3 of you could about comfortably stand shoulder to shoulder in it, but 4 certainly could not.
Luckily.
And there are only 3 of you, yeah.
Nice.
As soon as this PDF page loads, we'll be in business.
You can just wing it, just give them all 1 toughness.
Can you give a description for the chat on what these guys look like?
Oh, absolutely. So they are fighting Draugr. And these creatures appear in many ways just the what you might imagine to be zombies or undead as they come lurching forth from the darkness. Their skin is sallow, and it clings tightly to the bones underneath. It's clear that their bodies have rotted somewhat, but some form of magic is holding them together and forcing them to move. They have armor that appears to be outdated. It's not something that any of our adventurers would recognize. It's a foreign make. And the design is pretty hard to tell beyond the fact that it is armor, because so many of the signifying details and some of the straps have rotted away, and they hold these one-handed swords that are as much rust as metal at this point. They, other than that, look entirely human. There's kind of stringy hair that shows from under helmets, and their eyes are these pale, lifeless orbs that look out upon the three of you as they draw near. And they have a quick of 10. So we'll just have that right in there, and that makes it very convenient. Karmeon, it is your turn. Karmeon. It is your turn.
Karmeon finishes setting up the bear trap and
Second bear trap, okay.
draws to Pekome's side to draw his rapier.
Yeah. We'll say that takes a turn. Sounds good. Pekome.
Pekome will stand at Karmeon's side and leave some room down the middle for Mayra to shoot.
Okay.
And draw
And she
her
has
sword.
her one-handed sword and a shield out right now?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Mayra. Now, the figures are a little difficult to see right now. They haven't fully entered the light, but you do know roughly where they are if you want to take a shot.
Mayra will take a blind shot.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to attack. Your modifier to accomplish that is going to
Negative
be...
one?
Minus 20.
Negative 1.
Negative 2.
Way better than negative 20.
Very... Oh, that was very close. Wow.
See, if it was negative 1.
If it was negative 1, it would have been a hit. That's true. You
Mayra
should've,
just... She pulls back on the string of her bow and just... The arrow goes into the darkness and just disappears. It doesn't collide with anything.
Yeah.
It just goes on infinitely.
Yes, into the void.
The Draugrs approach, and the lead one sort of steps around the two bear traps to the makeshift gap that you've created at this point just by only putting down 2 of the traps in time. And it will step through. Now, which side of Pekome was Karmeon standing on?
We'll go with the left side, I suppose.
The left side. Okay. And would the Draugr be stepping on the right side to get through the gap? Or the left side?
I think we were just kind of gonna leave like a gap between us where they'd have to go through, but...
Okay, so the
Yeah.
hole is like in the middle and you're standing on opposite sides of it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. So the Draugr will step through and it will turn and attack Karmeon.
Yeah.
Karmeon, if you could roll your defense with a modifier of +1.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, they're dead.
Look, this never stopped them from hitting before.
True.
I'm actually going to leave it at 0 because I have yet to put in a...
I think
Armor.
something's wrong right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
was.
Wait.
Try again.
How did you roll? What are you doing?
I think
I'm
the
clicking
plus
defend.
sign... The plus sign in the name is probably messing it up.
Plus sign up. No, because I've had plus signs in... Oh, I've had and signs in every name. Not plus signs. Good catch, Stella.
I know how these things
Yeah,
work.
you're also rolling a
Nope.
d4.
just remove. Well,
yeah, it's
maybe
a D4 for negation.
did you set it up correctly?
It's worked previously. Okay, that. I mean,
Nailed
the
it.
attribute's wrong, but the roll I like.
So what's going on there?
Well, I got one that works.
Maybe it's
He hasn't
because
been
the
rolling.
attribute is wrong. Fix the
Which one did
attribute.
you roll? The third one? The bonus damage?
Well, I rolled the third one, then I rolled the second one, it looks like, right?
Which one worked?
No, I rolled. The attribute was bonus damage, I think, and that was the problem, right?
I think
Yeah,
that's probably the one you were trying to
Yeah,
roll. And that doesn't
that's
have
what
to
I
roll the
broke. I
bonus.
fixed it all.
Good
Okay,
work.
fantastic. Good work. So roll again to confirm.
Okay. Well,
Wow.
Wow.
All right. hold
Double
on.
crits. Crits out, boys.
Yeah, it's a 1d20. All right. It's just Karmeon.
aren't
Okay,
just Karmeon things.
so
I've rolled
go
more
ahead
20s and runs.
And describe Karmeon not only parrying the blow from this undead, but using the momentum from it to sort of force it back onto one of the bear traps.
Yeah, I think he'll. So the thing that I like about this embroidered silk armor concept, I like the idea that it's kind of meant to be flowy and distracting.
Mm-hmm.
Even like maybe some. This isn't armor you would want to brawl in, because somebody would just grab it and hold you down and beat the ever living shit out of you. But it might be armor you want to dance around in and fence in, because it's got like little ribbons flowing away that are going to distract like necessarily. You can stab Karmeon a lot and even pierce the armor, but you might not even hit a body part because it's so distracting. You know, there's a lot of voluminous nature to these ropes. So I think that's generally what he does, is he just kind of dances back and then just kicks out, really, to kind of send the guy back a bit, stumbling towards the bear trap.
Yeah, okay. And the creature's back foot just lands right in the center of the bear trap, and the iron jaws snap upward with a loud twang and just crunch around its calf, crumpling in metal chain and clearly biting into the undead creature's flesh. It glances downward and you can see it sort of leaning forward and trying to pull itself free from the fangs, but right now at least it's pinned in its tracks by that.
We
There.
did it.
2 more to go. Now that one has moved out of the way, so the second one will move up. It will attack Peikome, so go ahead and roll your defense at +1.
We did it, boys.
Finally done. Yeah, the Dragul lurches out and sort of swings a horizontal blow at Peikome, but she can pretty easily catch it on her shield. Just shove it aside.
The only one who gets to hit Karmeon is me.
Yeah, and for the moment, the third Dragul is kind of stuck behind the other two. It certainly doesn't look like it wants to step on the other trap by itself, so it won't for the moment. And it's Karmeon's turn.
Peikome is as nimble and graceful as Bone Crusher.
Karmeon will slip his dagger out and try and get into a decent stance and stab away with his rapier.
Okay. Which one are you attacking?
Maybe advancing to the one that's kind of pinned in the bear trap.
Yeah, so you aren't flanking this one, but because it's trapped, we'll say that you get bonus, all the bonuses of flanking for it.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll to attack with a 2 modifier. I guess it would actually, yeah, okay. So it would have been 3 because it's favorably by 1, but that's still a miss. So you do not connect. The undead is just aware enough that it swings a sword and deflects your rapier to the side. Peikome,
Yes.
it is your turn.
Okay. I stabbed the thing that tried to stab me, but this time I hit.
That's quite certain. Go ahead and roll to attack with a modifier of 1. Oh, there you go. Good hit.
It's not a magic sword, so...
So it's not singing and screaming.
Yes.
Or doing extra damage. Well,
But mostly singing. I've never heard this screaming you guys keep talking about.
So when we say
And-
singing, it's totally screaming.
Yeah.
Right, but for Pekome, it's singing.
Yeah.
It's not creepy at all.
Sounds like a banshee wailing.
It is Mira's turn.
Meira can now see the Draugr. She is going to shoot the one that is in front of Pekome. What is the modifier?
+1.
Ha. Oh.
Ooh.
Confirm it.
Yeah, give a quick roll to that.
Oh.
It's still
Alright, but
7
you still do
damage.
7 damage, which is very respectable.
Also, I get to do my thing.
Yeah.
So I am a marksman. I can provide crippling effect. What is this?
What's the
Strong.
stat that you... Okay, it's 15, so your modifier is going to be -5.
Wow. Ooh.
They
Yeah.
strong, boy.
Don't want to get hit by them.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
So Meira takes just a split second longer to focus in on the one in front of Pekome, draws back her bowstring and dunk, gets it solidly in the chest, and if it had breath, it would totally have punctured a lung and all that goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Mayor is just a confirmed sniper. You know, the first shot's just to set up her range and angle. The second shot's where you gotta get worried.
Right. Okay, and the damage from that shot seems to have staggered the Drogul for the moment. It doesn't look as though it's going anywhere.
Does it have a pain threshold?
It does not have a pain threshold.
Okay.
It is undead.
Gotcha.
And it is the Drogul's turn. So the Drogul that is trapped in the bear trap is going to make a strength check to get out. So let's have Karmeon roll cunning at -5 to try and like keep the creature occupied enough that it can't fight free from the bear trap.
But cunning's his worst stat.
Cunning is his best stat. Wait. Oh yeah, -5 is why I was like, cunning is his best stat. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately, Karmeon is still learning when it comes to using the rapier. So the Druggle is able to lash out hard enough to send Karmeon dancing back a few steps, and it just sort of twists its leg and pulls,
Ugh.
and the iron claws of the bear trap really just gouge through its calf and its armor, and just chunks of flesh and metal are left behind as it pulls its foot free of the trap.
Ugh.
And then it starts walking forward again. So it is no longer flanked, and it will advance upon Karmeon to attack him. Go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of +1.
Okay.
Can we get a double 20?
Nope.
Oh.
But Karmeon does dance away.
Yeah. Great. So the Druggle that's pinned will once again attack Pekome. So go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of +1. Oh, yeah, roll to confirm, I guess.
Well, he was pinned, you know? Like, he got hit in the lung. That means he can't really raise his arm too well.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah, so just roll again to see if it's a real crit. It is, in fact, a real crit. So you get a free attack.
Or could I knock him down back into the bear trap?
No. So this isn't. Yeah, you just get a free attack. And the modifier that you're working with is 0, 0.
It was 1 before.
Yeah, that was wrong.
Oh. Oof.
Okay, so he misses, and you manage to work in an attack of your own, but you aren't able to make it connect.
I stabbed him through the rib cage, but there was nothing there to stab.
Now that the bear trap has been snapped and is triggered, the last Joggle slips through that gap to join the second, and it will flank Pekome and attack her. So go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of -1.
I feel like Karmeon's ahead of me.
So Karmeon was forced back while the other Joggle was freeing itself from the bear trap and pushing after him. So Pekome is kind of the vanguard right now.
It's a good thing I've got good armor.
Yeah, you negate 7 damage. So this Joggle, as it approaches, hold on, actually. Is it just a flat bonus damage for undead? Because you get a 1d4, right, when you're
I
flanking?
think you guys were doing 2.
Yeah.
It was
2.
half, is what we were doing, I believe. Wait, for flank. Oh, yeah, no. See, we were thinking criticals, not flanking.
Yeah. No, this should just be 2, I believe. So you'll take 2 damage.
Okay.
Damn.
And this.
I would have blocked it perfectly. Oh.
Yes, you would have blocked it perfectly. Where is it not for flanking? The Joggle manages to slip through, completely heedless of its comrade's partial leg still remaining in the bear trap. And her eyes fix on Pekome's armored form as she draws closer. She has a scimitar in her right hand that's sort of curved and pitted with decay. And she uses that to lash out in a blow that Pekome catches with a shield, but it scrapes up over the edge and then comes crashing down. It doesn't catch on anything at all on the shield itself. And once it's past the shield, it cuts down into her shoulder and just barely punctures through the metal to cut at the flesh beneath. And it's Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon will continue trying to distract and attack the one undead he's brawling with. Is it 1?
Okay. So it is 0. It is 0. So you have a 1 advantage to being attacked base, and I was accidentally giving that to attacking as well at the start.
Okay.
All right. So you just, as Karmeon's tradition is, continue to not trade blows with whatever he's fighting. It is Pekome's turn.
Karmeon is essentially an infinite CC. You send him at one
Honestly,
enemy, and then you just
that
don't
is
worry
exactly
about
what he is.
Infinite suppression.
All right. So we're still at 0, right?
0?
Wait.
Modifier is 0.
Yes. To attack, you are at a modifier of 0.
Okay. All right.
Because flanking does not make that worse.
Things are going fine.
Yeah, okay, so Pekome doesn't quite manage to connect with anything. But Mayra...
Mayra will attack the same one as before. This time she's aiming for its eyeball.
Okay.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
10
that's so
damage.
juicy.
See, this is why you do called shots, Stella. It may be a bit more difficult, but then you get that bonus damage.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful. Look at that beautiful 10. Is that max damage? That is max damage.
That is max damage. Mayra's arrow just whips right through the air. It darts past Pekome's shoulder and it catches this injured, well, quote-unquote injured, Joggle in the eye. He just sort of reels back a step, and you can see his balance shift as he tries to regain his footing. but he doesn't, and he tumbles onto his back. His head cracks violently against the floor. You can see his helmet sort of bounce off and then roll a few feet away. And it doesn't look like that particular Dragul is moving any longer.
Good job.
Meira looks over to Karmeon. That is how you do it.
Karmeon looks back from the one he's dealing with and then continues stabbing away. But maybe a little better.
We'll find out. So the Dragul that Karmeon is engaged with lets fly again with its sword. So go ahead and roll to defend with a modifier of 1. And again, Karmeon manages to avoid the blow.
Yeah. Mostly because it's bad at it, and also because he has a dagger. Bad away attacks.
So the remaining Dragul is still in close quarter combat with Paikome. She doesn't even really appear to notice her companion going down. She just lets out another ragged blow with her scimitar. Go ahead and roll to defend. Now you're not flanked anymore, so that's a positive 1.
Yay, no more flank.
Yay.
Oh, God.
Oh.
You did it.
Yay, no more flank.
Wow.
By the skin of her teeth.
Yeah. So Paikome barely manages to avoid the same thing happening again. She catches the blade on her shield, but manages to redirect it before it scrapes free with a little shower of sparks. And it's Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon will
Now Karmeon's just going to use his rapier like a bow and arrow.
try and stab the thing in the eye. Karmeon stabs the thing in the air beside its head.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't stabbing it at all.
Yeah, definitely not. Paikome.
God damn it, Karmeon. Oh my god. Ooh.
Oh, you're not using Black Gift.
Oh, but it would be the same either way, just not magic damage. Black Gift doesn't change anything.
Oh, really? It's a 1d10 for both?
Yep, because I have
Solid.
one-handed fighting.
Yep, nice. All right. In that case, you do 10 damage to this undead in front of you.
I stab it in the eye.
Okay. Yeah, so the point of your blade kind of just spears right into this dead woman's face. You cut into the eye, and she sort of twists away, so it ends up kind of coming out through the temple, really. And it looks like a wound that certainly would have killed someone if they were alive, but she's not alive, so it hasn't killed her. She just straightens up, and it looks like she's ready to attack you once again. Meira.
Is Meira proud of me?
You did well. Meira will shoot.
Shoot it in its other eye.
Yeah, the other eye. Ugh.
Okay, so that arrow darts over the woman's shoulder. Perhaps the showboating didn't quite work out. And you hear a little clang as it connects with the side of the hallway's wall and spirals off somewhere else. And that brings us back to the Draguls. I wish I could edit their name. I don't know why I was thinking Draugrs at the start of this, but
You can edit their name. You just click on the name part.
can I? See, I can do that for the numbers, but for the name, it just gives me the option to delete it.
Delete it.
No,
And then add it again.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
good.
just delete them. They're gone. They gave up.
You can delete them
They're
in
going
game.
home.
They're going home. So the Draugr, or the Dragul fighting Karmeon will attack him.
I was gonna say something at first, but I was like, nah, this is Kevin. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, I didn't know what I was talking about. Still coming down from the raid. And again, the Druggle will kind of lash out in a vertical blow that Karmeon just narrowly avoids.
Have you ever seen an undead become frustrated?
No, and this undead doesn't look frustrated either. It's just sort of single-mindedly trying to hit Karmeon and failing. The other Druggle, with a sort of ichorous lumps seeping down one side of her cheek, where her eye used to be, just takes a step of an advance towards Pekome and tries to catch her with a diagonal blow from the scimitar. So roll to defend with a modifier of +1. And
Like
that
you don't
is a
do
solid
diagonal
miss.
blows against plate armor. That's not
Don't
good.
do diagonal blows against plate armor. That's very true.
Donk.
And back to Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon looks back just to see, what's going on briefly, and then yet again eagerly launches into stabbing away and almost does it.
So
But he
close.
doesn't.
You give them a nice haircut.
If they have hair.
And Pekome.
This time I'll click the right weapon,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll still do the same damage.
Mm-hmm.
See? I did 19 damage.
Yeah, that's an impressive amount of damage. So Pekome whips
Damage
around
to the air.
with the sword. Yeah.
Nice.
And the woman just bats the blade away with a quick arc from the scimitar. It's a very practiced move, and really it's impressive if it weren't frustrating. And that brings us to Mayura.
This is your moment.
Meira.
Believe in the heart of the bow.
Meira sees a perfect opportunity. It is distracted by Pekome's blade smacking.
Okay.
Nice 10s, 10 gang.
Yeah. All right. Well, that takes her out.
So this shot is directly into the same hole where the eyeball was decimated. Just kind of punches in that injury.
Double tap.
Yeah.
That's hardcore. Yeah. So the arrow punches right in where her eye used to be and embeds itself on the inside of her helmet. And she staggers to the side. Her shoulder bumps against the white stone walls. And then she sort of tumbles to slump back along the wall until she's collapsed to the ground. Which leaves only one Draugr remaining, which will continue to attack Karmeon. So go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of +1.
And again,
Easily
Karmeon
succeed.
dances away, having mastered his stance at the very least when it comes to footwork.
Mm-hmm. And now, to showcase his offensive prowess,
1 damage.
Oh. All right, go ahead and roll to confirm that.
I believe in you.
He's like, do I have to?
Do I have to? Yeah, there you go. All right, so that's 10 damage.
Paw.
Welcome to the 10 gang.
Yeah, Karmeon, as with all 10s, stabs it in the eye hole.
Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the rapier just plink, doesn't have quite the same visual damage that Pekome's much larger sword does, but it cleanly skewers this undead man through the eye. And unnervingly enough, he just sort of twists his head to pull it free from the blade of the rapier.
Yeah,
And
Karmeon looks
continues
really
looking at
excited
Karmeon
and
in
then
the same way.
looks really disappointed.
Mm-hmm. Pekome.
All right, I think our work's done here. The two of us leave him to go fight this Draco.
I see. And which direction do you go?
For some reason, there's a rapier inside this thing's head, so it blocks my attack.
Did you include the +2 for flanking when you?
I did not. I put that as a 1.
Wait, what?
I put it as +1 instead of. The plus
Oh,
3 for
then it would
bite.
have been hit.
Yeah, so that would have been a hit. Roll a 1d10.
Oh.
Okay.
I got the other eye.
I don't
Wow.
think that's logistically possible.
No, we crossed blades. We just did a
Alright.
Jolly Roger with a
Yeah,
Druggle.
go ahead. Go ahead and describe that.
All right, so seeing that it's now pinned in place, Picome with one solid and quick movement just jams it into the other eye as it turns around.
Mm-hmm.
We make a beautiful Jolly Roger with the Drugwell's head, and then she pulls her blade out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. The last Druggle collapses in similar fashion to the one earlier. Y'all have really targeted their eyes this time. And fortunately, you are standing in a hallway with several dead undead and a dead human just a little further down.
Meira will begin to loot their pockets.
Yes, naturally.
Naturally.
And Picome will do what she did the first time and decapitate all of them.
Okay. Mayra, go ahead and roll 3d10. Okay. You find 15 Ortegs.
You find 73 Thaler.
Are they?
You said 15.
15, yeah.
Okay.
Now, here's a question.
Mhm.
It wouldn't really be Ortegs, would it?
It would be 1 and then 5 Ortegs.
No, what
No.
he's saying is a different currency.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a
yeah,
good point.
equivalent, you know? Ancient currency.
Yeah, these
It's still
particular
cute.
undead definitely would not be carrying Ortegs because they certainly don't look like they come from Ambria.
How about they are small pieces of precious metal that I could sell later on for 15 Ortegs? That way I don't
mean,
have to
honestly,
think about
I
it.
imagine the currency, like, it's still used. You know, it's an ancient currency, but it's still gold and people still take it.
They just looted Kory's friend and took his Ortegs.
No.
Oh, that was the saddest no.
These are, in fact, just Bamila's Ortegs.
Oh, the Dragul were hovering around the corpse because they were looting the Ortegs. Oh.
And how do you advance from this situation?
Forward.
We retrieve our torches and lantern.
Yeah,
Okay.
Karmeon will probably just absent-mindedly leave everyone behind and start to head towards Bamilo.
Yes. Bamilo looks rather cut up. He is wounded in perhaps a half dozen places that you can see just from looking down at him from afar. He has a variety of just deep gashes in his clothing and ragged wounds, and he's very, very, very dead. He looks very, very, very pale, as if he has virtually no blood left in his body. He doesn't have a pack anymore, but he's there, and that's what you find.
How are we gonna get him past the trap you saw earlier?
Is this your friend?
Yeah, that's Bamilo. Karmeon will just kind of look back and I don't know. I hadn't planned on there being traps.
We could burn him.
But I said I was gonna get him back.
Well then, this place is probably filled with other tunnels and shortcuts. Maybe we'll find another way around that isn't so trapped.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe there's I mean, it's at least 2 possibilities. Karmeon will remark.
If we can find another way down to where we were, we know a way up.
That's a good idea. Karmeon's gonna fish out a little bit of a small scrap of paper and maybe try and replicate the symbol that means this is where a spike trap is as best as he can.
Okay.
And then, very clearly point it out to everyone on the paper.
All right, how accurate is this symbol, Kevin?
He's quite used to scribing, and
Yeet.
it's pretty faithful.
He's
Okay.
cunning.
Pekome will keep 2 eyes out for that symbol.
I'm sorry. You'll keep 2 eyes out for. Oh, okay. Yep. Go right ahead. So, if I understand you correctly, you're continuing on rather than going back the way that you've come, and you're scouting for that symbol?
Well, yeah. We're scouting for that symbol, and we're trying to find a way down or up. Either works. Maybe around,
We're trying to find a safe way to the entrance
Yeah.
that doesn't
Yeah.
involve carrying a corpse past spike traps.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well.
Because that seems like a good way to impale a corpse on some spike traps. Oh wait,
And
there
have
we
you
go.
split up to do this, or are you all staying together?
Oh, I think we're staying together. We're just heading further down.
Pekome's gonna stop them for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
We could just toss one of the Drogwools onto the spike trap.
What?
What if it opens up the floor and then we cannot cross the floor?
Well, we were already looking
What
for
if it
another way.
opens a cave in? Have you not
Opens a
seen?
cave.
Have you not seen the tunnels?
Yeah, some traps are, the drop things down, not drop you down.
It seems in
Kind.
our best interest to avoid the traps altogether.
And I don't actually know how to set the traps off. That
No.
symbol's on the wall, not the floor. I mean, maybe it's on the floor, but I haven't seen it on the floor. So,
Well, then onward we go.
yeah.
Okay. If you come to intersections, are you going to be exploring turns, or are you going to be continuing on straight to try and catch up on space traveled away from the original intersection?
That's what Karmeon will say at the first intersection.
The first intersection? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, you find an intersection.
Well, if we're looking for other ways up or down, then we would probably explore the various intersections.
Okay. So the first intersection you come to is clear in every direction.
We take a right?
So,
Okay.
so he can see kind of far in the dark.
He can.
Is there
He can see
anything that
perfectly far.
he can
Dark.
see, indicating things when he's at this intersection?
So to the right, you know intuitively that is leading you further from the paths that you've traveled and the direction that you've come from. Karmeon can see that the path continues on for quite a while. It's difficult to see whether there are other intersections, just because at the point where you would think they ought to be, the view's gotten narrow enough that you can't really tell what's to the left or the right there. But at a time, perhaps 3 or 4 intersections worth of distance beyond, where even your enhanced vision has begun to fail, you do see that it ends in some form of wall. Whether that is itself another passage or not, you can not say from this distance.
Okay, well, I mean, if we think there might be a wall ahead, we might as well confirm it's a dead end, you know? I think that's a dead end. We should
I think
make
we're
sure.
going right.
Okay. And Karmeon goes right.
Okay. So at the first of those spots that you thought might hold an intersection, you find that it does in fact hold an intersection. To your left, there is a caved-in passage that only extends some 6 or 7 feet away from the hull, and to the right is a passageway that is as of yet untouched.
Okay, so to our right is our second right.
Yes, so you
Okay.
were going...
Potentially doubling back towards our campsite.
No. Nope. So when you chose to go right, you're going away. So if you're looking at the picture, recall that the whole picture is flipped. All that you needed to flip was the north-south for the safe house. So it should all be pointing to the right. And when you chose to go right, you've chosen to go
so
further
much
away from all of that.
work. Oh well.
It's pretty much fine as long as you do a left-right mirror.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So
Okay.
so you are going further yet away right now.
That's disappointing, but
I'm sorry for you.
Karmeon just yells out, "Oh no!"
Yep.
yeah.
And as he does that, Stella reduces his volume by 5%.
Surprised he had 5%
You have
to lower.
5% to reduce?
Well, this is unrelated, but Discord balanced out their sound stuff.
Oh.
Carry on.
Okay. Well.
Alright,
Karmeon
onward.
frowns at the rocks.
So they frown back.
Karmeon does intuitively know at this point that turning left at that initial intersection would have been going back a ways at this point. But you can keep going right now, or you could take that second right, which would be leading away in a different direction.
Cover more ground.
Karmeon gives up and covers more ground for the moment.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a vigilant test.
Before we find out those symbols were actually ways to get to the secret staircases.
No. They are not candy. They are not ways to get to the secret entrance.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Karmeon walks around like a pirate. Whatever he could discover was in the wrong half of his vision.
Right. Oh dear. Okay.
Something glitters in the dark to the left. He turns right.
So the ground here is a little dusty. It's difficult to make out the floor more so than just seeing that it is dirty. This is for Karmeon. For you others, it's that, but more so. And excuse me. About halfway between intersections here, you notice there is a pair of unnaturally, at least by comparison to the quality of things you've seen to this point, decayed walls. The very fine stone of this complex has been riddled with the roots and dirt. And you take another step before noticing that there's a bit of crumbling going on in the dirt to the side. And another step, and you feel a little tremor beneath your feet.
Well, goodbye, Karmeon.
Karmeon stops taking steps?
That's okay. Karmeon stops taking steps.
Do the rest of us notice this slight rumbling?
Go ahead and roll me a vigilant test.
Add 0.
At 0. Probably at worse than
Hey.
0. Okay.
Meira,
Kory does not even notice that Karmeon has stopped going forward.
Meira is a natural hunter. She notices everything.
At least so she tells me.
Hey,
So Meira does notice that they're at the very corners of the lamplight. There's a little stone that falls from the wall and catches on the ground and tumbles a little deeper into the corridor. And that might give her pause, and then as she pauses, she feels this rumbling, a very faint rumbling through the presumably soft soles of whatever sort of huntery shoes she has on.
Leather.
And then the floor gives out, and Karmeon disappears in a tumble of rock.
Goodbye, Karmeon.
Hey, Kome also disappears in a tumble
Goodbye,
of rock.
me.
Meira can make a quick test at a penalty of -2.
Oh
to
God.
Try and scramble away from the rock fall.
Meira is as nimble as a
A fish.
meerkat. She quickly pounces away. Nope. Oh fuck.
Oh god.
Oh,
Oh,
Go ahead and roll again to confirm that.
Oh no.
She tried to catch Pekome, but didn't think about grabbing someone in plate armor.
Okay. Yeah, so
Nailed it.
Meira kind of coils back from the tumbling rocks ahead as the floor starts to give out under these three adventurers who are probably the only sort of traffic this hallway has seen in at least a couple hundred years. But unfortunately, the walls are changing shape as the supports of the floors give way, and a thick vine sort of snaps free from where it's stretched out. And well, it's a root, I guess, more so than a vine, given that you're underground. But it just cracks solidly against the back of Meira's head, and she tumbles to the ground, and then the ground tumbles away beneath. And all of you plummet. And you only fall about 8 or so feet before you hit ground, but the ground is sloped, and you can't really grab onto anything, and you continue falling through. Excuse me. Until you land in what appears to be a dusty arena of sorts.
Oh, we pit fighters now, boys.
Aw, shit.
Now,
Do we take fall damage?
Don't ask
So-
that. Why would you ask that?
Because we fell.
Kome is in heavy armor, so it doesn't matter for her.
You asshole.
Yes, go ahead and roll quick to see if you can reduce the height of the fall.
Is this a 0?
Let me look it up.
It's totally a +2.
Well, certainly not for Meira, who is.
Is it a +7?
just straight up. It's definitely not a +7.
Okay, well,
Karmeon's doing like barrel rolls down the slope.
Give me a sec for the index to load here. My PDF is really slow today. Slowish. Just gonna load this again. What?
Hey, Karmeon, there's a shield there on the map you could go grab. It's a wagon wheel.
Who would win? in a
A
fight?
wagon wheel or Karmeon?
All the three of us.
Probably Pekome.
Is there some sort of mechanic for fatigue?
Yeah,
no, there isn't a mechanical
it is-
wear down.
It's called losing your resolute.
Oh.
Yeah, so if one of you turned into a ghost.
Oh man, is there really not an entry?
I mean,
you want me to
you're the
just roll at
DM. You
0?
can just make up whatever you want.
Oh wait, no,
I thought there was.
I got it. It's just not categorized under F for falling.
What is it categorized under?
Damage from
die.
falling.
Okay.
They're Swedish. You know, the damage from
'cause
falling versus
They assume
falling
you're not
damage.
going to avoid the damage.
All right. So how did the quick rolls break off?
Only Karmeon's rolled.
Only Karmeon is rolled. Okay. Mira does not get to roll.
What?
Kome
It already
You
rolled.
did crit fail.
may roll no modifier. Although actually for you, I would say you probably do have a negative modifier of like 2 because of your heavy armor.
And also because I was not paying any attention.
Can someone
that as
catch
well.
me?
Hey,
well,
nailed
maybe.
it.
All right. So y'all fall about 15 meters.
Look, Pekome's fallen a lot recently.
So
She's learned how to
Kome,
stick
you can
to landing.
subtract 3 meters. And the ground of the arena is covered in sand and other such material. Now, actually, a large portion of the arena is caved in and covered in rubbles and boulders. But where you land is covered in sand, which does make it a soft landing, which takes off 5 meters. So
So 0
of
for
you,
me.
each of you will take 10 points of damage mitigated by armor. And Pekome will take 7 points of damage mitigated by armor.
I'm dead.
Really?
Yeah. I'm at 0
Oh,
hit
no.
points.
You're not dead.
Oh,
Hold on.
You haven't taken damage.
No, you only had 2 points of damage. You're at 8 out of 10.
Yeah. And you said take 10 damage, and I rolled 2. 10
Oh,
minus 2
you
is
rolled
8.
Okay, you were 100% correct. I'm sorry.
all right.
Okay. You did that right.
I'm
Rest in
continuing the trend of being at 1 hit point.
Uh-huh.
It's okay.
So Pekome's
Karmeon's
at
got
1 point.
double that.
I noticed that. Oh, hey guys, the floor is about to give dead. But it's flat.
Did I land on Mayra?
You fell before me.
Yeah, but maybe you tried to like catch me because you crit failed.
So I
She
fall
landed
faster.
on you.
Just
and
terminal
Oof.
velocity.
Broke her arm or something.
Oh, yeah.
Landed on a bad angle on the shield.
So Meira is in a real bad way.
Dying.
There's rubble that falls down after you. She hits the ground, and basically this piece of boulder falls down and just pins her by the back. She's unconscious as soon as anyone cares to look around and see. Karmeon takes, I guess, 7 points of damage.
Yeah, I mean, 9 hit points. So, you know, we
It could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
I took
And,
2 points of damage, and I'm at
Pekome.
1 hit point.
Oh my
Pekome
God.
is also fine. Absolutely fine.
Party
Wow.
wipe by sand.
Yeah, that would be rough.
Man, Kevin, that was really close to a rocks fall.
Well,
Listen, I thought you were gonna do steps at this point.
You didn't expect 3 of us to mess up the roll and walk right into the trap.
I just didn't expect you to go this way. Anyway, yeah, okay. So you might be inclined, as you glance around, to apply emergency first aid to Meira.
yeah. Do we have
I'll get the rubble off of her and yell at Karmeon to help her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What equipment do we even conceivably have? 1 herbal cure, according to my notes. So Karmeon rushes over and applies that 1 herbal cure after helping
If
get
you
the rubble off of Meira.
if you check her backpack, she has an elixir of life.
We bought 3, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
you
each
used
have
the first
one.
one before. Just making sure I had the right number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Karmeon will still.
Pekome would tell her or tell him about the elixir.
Well, at that, then, yeah, I guess Karmeon, not knowing that this could lead to her.
Wait.
Wait.
I just had a really confusing thought.
Has she had many of those?
She's had one. She only got corrupted for a bit.
Karmeon doesn't give her that, and instead applies the herbal cure to stabilize her.
So I just realized I could kill myself with an elixir.
You could,
because
yes.
I could drink it and then get more corruption per turn than I would healing, and then the necklace would just kill me.
Yes, if you roll poorly. That is true.
Well,
So Pikome's gonna take off the necklace and then drink an elixir if she has time.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Don't take off the necklace. Don't take off the necklace.
nah, that's the plan.
Oh no.
Is that a really bad thing to do? Apparently.
It's an interesting thing to do.
It is an interesting thing to do. No, it's fine. So you need to. I mean, are y'all looking around at all?
Not
Not
there's
really.
other
Yes.
things to do right now.
Well,
What do you
Mira
mean,
is
yeah?
unconscious, so she's definitely not looking around. All right.
Around the spirit
So
realm.
Pikome, pulls her helmet off and unclasps the necklace and pulls it free, and then downs an elixir of life.
All right, this is like 3 rolls, isn't it?
It is. Well,
much
it's only
healing,
2
how many
now,
turns?
I think.
Well, it's how much healing, how many turns, and then how much corruption per turn.
Yeah. I don't know why my PDF is being so slow today. It's killing me. Just give me a second. I'll get you the rolls though.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
Yes, I tried turning it off and on.
I hear a ghost,
I'm not dead yet.
says the ghost.
Ah.
Okay, so we will say that Karmeon's application of the herbal cure and repair of Meira, given that you're not in combat anymore, will stabilize her. So she can roll 1d4, and that will be her temporary hit points right now, or her recovered toughness right now.
Oh, fuck.
Would you get
A
a 1? Oof.
Hey,
Okay.
at least you're not dying.
All right, elixir of life. Roll 1d6.
I thought you just got 1 corruption per turn.
Oh
for-
god.
Yeah, you do. And
Yeah.
roll 1d6. Okay, you are going to receive 1 hit point each turn for 6 turns.
Okay.
You also suffer 1 temporary corruption for each turn.
Okay.
So go ahead and just bump up by 6 health. And also that will put you over your threshold. So you're going to have to roll 1d4 for permanent corruption.
How do I want to do this? Because I could put the necklace back on halfway through.
Can
You could. Yeah, I mean, you'd...
Okay. Yeah.
Because it's
I don't
over
know.
time.
I feel like.
Yeah, but it's only a couple seconds. I don't...
I feel like.
I think you're kind of committed to not wearing it right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well then, 3+ and I'm dead.
3 or 4. If he rolls a 3 or 4, he's dead.
Well, corrupted.
Because you'll be at 7. Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, let's just say that when he puts the necklace on, he's suffering a consequence. He's just
I'm essentially cutting off the healing.
yeah. I don't know. In either case.
Well,
Just roll a 1 or a 2.
all right, I'm dead.
All right, let's see. So on a turn-by-turn basis, you're at 1 permanent corruption. Then 1 turn later, you get to 2. So after 4 turns, you hit your threshold of 5 and you gain 3, which puts you at 8. And then you'll feel that things are really wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I could see you starting to put on the necklace and taking another point of corruption during that time and that healing, and then putting it on for the final tick. So that would put you at 9 corruption.
And 1 permanent.
Oh no, that 3 you got is permanent corruption. You're at 4 permanent corruption now, with the threshold of 5, by the way.
And 5 temporary.
Yeah, you start to get the whole feeling that instead of blood in your veins, you just have horrible blackness.
Sludge.
And maybe you should put that necklace back on.
Yeah. So you've put on the necklace to potentially save you. Now, there's 1 point of corruption left, so you can roll. What was the roll for the necklace?
1d4, 1d4.
1d4, 1d4. I thought, yeah. Was it 4? Well, that's fine.
How
Roll
much
1d4.
corruption you block, how much damage you take.
Yep. So go ahead and roll 1d4. No matter what, it's going to succeed. But
yeah,
that's the way we do it.
Okay, so I essentially healed 4 and
You
gained a
healed
lot of
4
corruption.
and gained a lot of corruption, yes.
Okay, Karmeon's going to worriedly watch this process and then point at Mayra's pack. I don't recommend you do that.
Actually,
maybe you should give me that. Yours? Karmeon suggests.
Potentially just one more factor. You might not be out of the woods just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a second to look this up.
Alright, boys, who's ready to fight an abomination in the pit?
Oh. Hey, Kory,
Is
was
Elixir
the...
of Life a master level? Or a
What's that?
journeyman?
I think that's up to you.
No, there's like alchemy. Yes, it is an elixir of life. Okay, roll. I need you to roll a 1d5.
Me?
Yes, Pekome needs to roll a 1d5. Just letting you know now. If you get a 1, you are going to receive more corruption.
It's a 3.
Okay, you're fine. Congratulations.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so we hear the searing of flesh as the necklace.
Yeah,
sizzles.
and now that
Kisses
you can
blood.
see it,
Take a mace
because she's kind of hastily put it on, the bones are glowing. They're red and painful to look at, and no doubt painful to touch. You can see this little wisps of smoke just curling up between the necklace and Pekome's skin as it burns away this corruption that's trying to overtake her, or at least keeps it in check for the moment.
I'm okay. This is fine.
Karmeon looks really, really unnerved. Are you gonna drink that, Mayra?
Am I conscious?
Yeah, he got you up.
Yes, so when he stabilized
Oh.
you, he did bring you back to consciousness with that one
Yeah,
point of
that's what-
toughness.
Yeah.
So Mayra is waking up to what's
Karmeon has
happening.
been
to
talking
Pekome.
at her for a while, probably.
Oh, Maeda was not
Yeah.
listening to anything he was saying.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that wasn't really necessary.
Okay.
But that's the first thing she probably hears while he's not even looking at her.
So when you kind of gesture to her pack, her hand very like clumsily goes like for her hip and she pulls out her dagger. She points it at you and then it just kind of falls to the ground, just really clumsy, slippery. And she mumbles incoherently and just slumps down and closes her eyes. And she's just resting.
Karmeon looks over and sees she's napping and nips the elixir of life
Cool.
and goes to town.
Maybe you'll be the third person to roll a 6 on corruption.
Oh, when you said goes to town, you drank it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's
Okay.
only 1 less. You can
So
survive
you
that, right?
regain 5 points of health
Yeah.
over 5 turns and gain 5 temporary corruption.
Yeah.
Your threshold is 7, so it doesn't actually corrupt you. Congratulations.
Hey, congratulations.
Holy smokes.
And then Karmeon just sits on his butt there, and finally looks around.
Pickoma's gonna throw up some black sludge.
No. Maida's gonna dream of Bone Crusher. Her puppy.
Alright. So now how screwed are we, Kevin?
Very. Fortunately, nothing disturbs the three of you during this period. The arena is expansive, and towards the center, as you begin to look around, there appears to be the foundation of what must have been a statue once. You can see the raised stone that would have held the figure, although whatever was there has been crushed by the ceiling's collapse. If you look above you, you can't really make anything out in the darkness unless you're Karmeon, in which case you can see that there's a number of breaches through the vaulted ceiling of this domed arena. And your hallway must be one of them, but it's difficult to pick out and it's inaccessible. To the far left and right sides of the arena, there are what appear to be graded, sloped passages that lead further yet below this level. While to the northeast and southwest, there are sort of awning doors that look as though they might lead to ready rooms or hallways or something of that sort. The one on the northeastern edge looks rather securely fastened, since you're somewhat closer to see. There's a sort of an iron bar across the front that you'd have to navigate if you tried to get through it.
Pickoma's gonna slowly put her helmet back on.
Mm-hmm.
So the one with an iron bar that we have to lift, that's the nearest one?
Yeah, and I mean, maybe it's possible the other has it, but you can't make out the details until you draw closer.
Karmeon's gonna sort of lurch up and stumble towards the distant one.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's got an iron bar on it, he leaves it alone.
It does not appear to.
Is there an iron bar nearby?
How close do you get?
He keeps going, you know.
Keeps going? Okay. Go ahead and roll me vigilant, just neutral.
And then he slides into the deeper pit.
I was gonna make that joke, but then I was like, Kevin wouldn't do that to us.
Into the sub-basement.
Kevin's not doing
The
it to us.
sub-arena.
He doesn't.
The
seem-
larger,
whatever.
So
bigger,
you don't-
sandier arena.
You got closer, and the door does appear to be slightly cracked. The wood is treated and cured. I mean, it looks almost petrified at this point, but it's hard and it's durable. That said, wherever the iron bar ought to have been, the brackets where it used to sit appear to have snapped off. You can just see little divots in the wood where they might have been once before. And the sand isn't particularly even. Maybe it's buried, but you don't see any trace of the iron bar.
It's not really very useful if there's not any brackets to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
Pickoma's gonna make sure Mayor is alive.
Made a very fumble. She fumbles as she tries to bat you away.
This isn't the place to take a nap. Wake up.
Hold on, I'm busy having a concussion.
Join the club. I've got 4.
Karmeon kind of stands there with like a thinking face.
Mm-hmm.
Maida will get up and all of her bones hurt and she's going to have awful bruises.
A tiny dog has crushed them.
Aww.
A couple feet off to the side from Mayra, there is only partially buried by rubble the body of Bamilo.
Vamilo fell down with us.
Yeah, I mean you were carrying him, right? Or did you leave him back?
I mean, I don't think we were carrying him.
Oh,
I think
okay.
we-
No,
we
never
were.
mind.
It would have made more sense for us to carry him, because then we have to
Yeah, I thought-
backtrack.
I thought you had him with you, but if you didn't, he's not there. That's up to you
Mayra
guys to
was
decide.
carrying him. He's there.
Okay.
Alright. In which case, yes, Bamilo is with you.
Karmeon points at the door, and he pronounces, "That's weird," and then starts making a circuit around the room.
Okay. Is there anything particular he's looking for?
Ways in or out that are unsecured.
Okay. Well, the chief offender is certainly the door that you were just pointing at.
Yeah.
The grates that you encounter, assuming you go clockwise, first would be the left ones. At
Yeah.
first blush, there's no discernible mechanism to control the grates. Perhaps you could just lift them, perhaps they slide, or perhaps they once slid when they were actually tended by servants and the like. But they appear very smoothly in place along with the floor. The sand sort of, where it doesn't lay evenly, reveals the same polished white stone that's pervasive through the rest of the catacombs.
Karmeon starts to shift some rubble on them.
Like, he pushes rubble onto the grates?
Yeah.
Okay. How much?
Yeah. A safe amount, you know? Like so if he picks up one rock and he can lift it,
Yeah.
then he's gonna put like 3 more.
Okay. And ostensibly the goal here is to, like, sort of secure them down?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Except maybe down. Or
Uh-huh.
yeah, mostly down. Down
Yeah.
would be where they could go.
Down they
You're
could go
going
down.
to break them.
Uh,
They are 1,000 years old.
Karmeon doesn't really stop.
Mayor is not going to help you.
Neither is Pekome.
Yeah.
Pekome is going to check out the gate right behind her, though.
Okay. Yes, the wood appears quite strong. Over time, it has hardened into something closer to stone, it appears. It's been spared rot, and instead has taken that fate. The metal bar that runs across the doors and holds them shut is in place with a pair of heavy brackets holding it there.
How do the brackets look?
The brackets are made of some sort of metal. They're dark and not reflective at all. You can't quite tell how they're bolted into the wood, but they will appear secure, and they are full brackets. So you can't just lift the bar out of it. You'd have to slide it to one side or the other. But it does appear that that's somewhat difficult to do given the door frame.
And they don't look like aged or rusted.
So they're very solidly made.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of, I mean, there is a sense of wear about them, but since they're each basically one solid piece of metal, you don't tell, there isn't as much to show signs of age or wear in this particular case. They certainly don't look new, though.
Can I see anything like down on the other side past the door? Or hear anything?
Along the wall? Or
past the gate?
you mean on the southwestern side, like the far side of the arena?
No, like behind it. Do I hear?
Does it have any
okay.
views through it?
I see. No, so the doors are solid.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't quite see anything through it.
She's gonna look back at the other two.
Maida's eating very slowly. She's sitting in the sand.
Right? And I'm assuming Karmeon is still just piling rocks over there.
Yeah, he's just securing things.
Okay. She's going to take out Black Gift and try to leverage it in between the bar and then try to use the leverage to snap one of the brackets off.
Wait,
Karmeon's like trying to secure this area, and you're just like, this secure door. Let me try to can opener it up.
Wait,
with
can't
my
you just
sword.
lift the bar?
No. The bar is a full bracket, so there's no way to lift it. There might be, if you inspected, some mechanism by which to unlatch them, but
it doesn't sound like Pekome.
Doesn't sound like Pekome at all. Does anyone interject as Pekome is doing this?
No. The other doors, she needs rest, and the other door is. We can use the other door if we have to.
But how do we know that door is any safer?
It's not. It's worse. Opening doors is bad right now.
Unless Mayura tries to stop her, she's still gonna do it.
Maida is not standing up.
Okay, go ahead and roll your strong.
Alright, what's the disadvantage?
We'll just call it even.
Oh god. His tone of voice. Oh god.
If there's one thing Pekome is, it's strong.
There's a resounding crack as the wood comes away. It's a clump, like an inch thick of wood that's connected to the back of this bracket, and just snaps in an explosion of splinters that kind of scatter harmlessly across Pekome's breastplate. And you can see these exceptionally thick metal screws that were once in the door have now ripped free, and the bar is still held up by the other bracket. It's a close enough fit that it can't even really sag down diagonally that much, but the door on the side that you've been prying at is no longer connected to it, and it kind of creaks as it slumps back until the bottom edge sinks into contact with the ground, and that's where it stops for the moment. Roll me vigilant at -1.
We all roll vigilance since that was loud AF.
Well, Karmeon's
yeah.
on the other side of the arena.
Well, yeah, Karmeon's a little far away, but Karmeon can roll vigilant too for, else.
Said -1?
-1, yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Okay.
Can we confirm that?
Sure.
Mayura is hyper aware right now.
Oof, yes. Crit,
Very good
baby.
work. So, Karmeon might pause in the midst of piling wreckage on top of these grates at the sound of the door splintering open under Pekome's force. And down the passage of this grate that you are trying to obstruct right now, you kind of hear a not so distant pitter patter of something moving. Mayura is closer to the door where she's sitting and eating, and then suddenly her meal is interrupted by a resounding crack as Pekome muscles the door open. And because she's had some experience with, listening for things over the course of her life, she manages to pick up a very faint and very distant sort of inhuman roar, or maybe growl, and it's almost indiscernible beneath the sound of Pekome and her armor as she moves around, but it does seem to be coming from beyond the passageway that Pekome is working to open right now.
Maida throws her food at Pekome and says, "You woke something up. Something is coming." And you see her just kind of like scrambling up to her feet, and she's trying to like blindly flail around for her bow. And she's beginning to run in the opposite direction. She's gonna run the fuck over here.
If Karmeon heads after.
Pekome is gonna take a second to look back at her and then run after them.
The doors are alike.
Mm-hmm.
You went so far, Mayra.
Well, we heard it was very discernible that the roar was coming from this direction, right?
We go.
Yeah, go in the opposite direction. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Then Mayra does. She goes belly up against the wall. There.
If a bad thing is coming through that door, Karmeon points out, pointing behind him, then maybe the same thing is through this door?
No, it's coming from that way.
Yeah, but maybe...
Well, either we stand here and fight, or we try to go through this open door and hope
or there's
nothing
the
else is
grate.
there.
Karmeon points over at the other grates.
How do we
Mayra
know
seems
that's-
satisfied where she is, and she just notches an arrow.
Okay. Karmeon heads towards the grates to fiddle with them.
Oh god, this is how Karmeon falls down the grates.
Sorry, what is Karmeon fiddling with?
The grates. There's
The
a
ones he covered on the western side?
These ones, yeah, these ones.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
did cover those.
No, he was over here covering these.
Oh,
And then,
Yeah.
yeah. He was
okay.
covering
I
the-
thought you described him as going clockwise around.
Well,
so
yeah, he was, but he'd gotten to there and nobody was helping, and then,
he moved on. Okay, all right.
Wait,
In any
yeah,
case,
moved,
he's
yeah.
fiddling with the mechanism for the grates to see if they will slide open or something like that. Okay. Go ahead and roll your cunning at a disadvantage of 3. Yep. So you do find, you're not able to find any form of lever or control, but perhaps that isn't so surprising given that you are very much on the display side of these grates right now.
Yeah.
But you do find that they're slotted into grooves that might let you move them along. And in fact, if Karmeon puts his back into it, he does manage to move the upper grate, but not the lower grate, just an inch or so before there's this sandy kind of grinding and it stops.
Can you come put your back into this? Pekome? You know you wanted to open things.
As Karmeon is speaking, the northeastern door explodes off of its hinges.
Hinges.
There are 2 hinges. There's just one
Okay.
bracket that you've
Okay.
destroyed. Yeah, but no, both sides of the solid wooden, almost stone-like door just explodes open, and it doesn't so much as swing open as it swings out because it splinters off of all of its hinges and it goes flying out into the arena and breaks into pieces to reveal 2 large misshapen creatures that appear as if they come from an adventurer's, fireside stories of things that shouldn't exist. They look like they might be trolls, if they are the manner of trolls that reside only in the darkest parts of Davokar. They are enormous, easily 12 and 13 feet each, and they unfold from whatever dark corridor lies beyond the doorway. One just has two, well, actually, they each have long, just wicked claw-like fingers that extend from their hands, and they have reddish and black eyes on thick gray-skinned faces that they kind of comb the arena with. And they look this way and that, and then they begin to see the group of you on the far side of the arena. And the larger of the two lets out another sort of loud cry.
Well,
Ada shoots it with her bow.
she's trying to pin it.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking die.
Which one do you attack?
Left.
The
Left.
smaller one or the larger one?
Okay, I've seen this in video games. If you shoot the baby, you're gonna enrage the mama.
Okay,
Oh,
so
we're
you
going
pick the
darkest
large
dungeon
one.
rolls here.
Well, but then again, there's also the idea of if you focus fire one down and you focus fire the weaker one down, then you only have to deal with the big one. So we're gonna shoot the baby.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to attack.
Modifier?
You are going to have a +7 to your modifier.
Oh, you know what that
Oh,
means?
it's gonna be one of these fights.
It's gonna hit like a fucking truck. Oh my god.
Well, hey, maybe it'll somehow fail its strength check, and you can just keep it there forever.
What's the modifier for strong?
-7.
Minus 10.
Yeah, just -5.
Oh god.
You can do it. You can do it.
Okay, chat. Think small numbers. Small, itty bitty number 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
Wow. Okay. Very nice.
Maida, upon seeing
this
these
down real fast.
creatures just burst out of the wall and just decimate this door that was very clearly meant to hold in, hold out far lesser beings. She just the arrow cuts through the air like a blade and just embeds itself into one of the creatures in such a way that it can't move.
Yeah.
Right through the foot.
So that particular troll is not really all that far from the door, and the arrow catches it in the shoulder. It staggers back a pace, and it almost seems like the head of the arrow has embedded itself in the joint of the door behind him.
Ooh.
It lets out an angry bellow as it realizes this, and the arrow really looks quite small against its rather substantial frame. But for the moment, it is pinned.
Alright.
Look up this little bastard fast. And alright, so that's to that, and that's to that. Okay. So
Oh, God. Well,
Nope.
It's got a 20 quick.
Small troll 0. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. If we
Large
want to
troll.
just keep it at 0.
Never moves.
Karmeon recovered his bear traps, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's something. Not that we
Okay.
have time to use
yes, Karmeon has three bear traps at his disposal.
I thought it was 2.
No,
We
we,
only bought-
we've got
them. Wait,
3
we did
now.
buy 3? I thought we bought 2.
We bought 2.
Oh, you only bought 2?
There's
Okay.
only 2.
I wonder why I assumed there were 3.
Because you want
It
to.
was
Well,
two
you've only got
because
2 bear traps.
They
But there's
rounded
only
out.
I
two.
wouldn't
to
recommend
one.
you use them, but you guys have,
Set
paved
it
your
and
own way,
throw
as
it.
it were. Just
Chuck the-
throw the bear traps. Yeah. So it's I suppose it's Karmeon's turn.
Is there long lever-like debris nearby?
Your rapier.
Debris.
Your rapier.
So
This.
yeah, I wouldn't.
Karmeon's not going in.
So you failed a vigilant check earlier that kind of had to
Yeah.
do with searching
Uh-huh,
the area for
Yeah,
perhaps
okay.
a big iron lever or rod.
Yeah.
So no, there is
Okay.
not.
Uh,
Now, given the fact that you can see in the dark, you do actually see that perhaps 5 paces down from where the slope cuts off below you, there
Uh-huh.
is a sort of a lever down the corridor beneath you that,
this corridor, or
No. The grate, the corridor beneath the grate.
so
that you're
5
working
feet
at.
inside the grate.
Yeah, but not just within the grate. Like, so there's a slope, perhaps a 45-degree angle that leads down
Uh-huh.
to a hallway, and at the point where that levels out,
Then
5 feet in
5
from
more
that,
feet.
yeah. So it's probably around 11 or 12 feet beyond where Karmeon stands right now.
All right, you just need Mayra to
way-
shoot through the grate like
Which
a
way?
god.
Yeah. Which way do we need to depress the lever? Do we need to depress the lever towards us or against us? Or away from us?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Mm.
So
The
the
arrow of
lever,
a god.
the lever is flush against the wall, and
Uh-huh.
it looks like it sits on an axis rather that just goes out from the wall, which would be perpendicular from you. So there's the hallway with the walls on the left and the right. It's on the left, and it kind of goes to the right.
Uh-huh. So one could hit it with a rock.
And it
or
wouldn't
arrow.
do very much. Yes,
And it would do nothing.
more or less. Yeah.
Karmeon tries to get. He gets his rapier out and tries to get some leverage with that.
Go ahead and roll strength at an advantage of 1.
Okay. Karmeon puts his back into it. Wait. No. There.
Oh god, he almost broke his back.
Or the rapier. Yeah, so Karmeon is not able to budge this grate any further, which leads to currently. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's locked off. It just feels like it's locked off to someone with as flimsy of musculature as Karmeon has.
But if
Or
you were a
maybe,
troll,
If you were a troll, I bet you could move that grate real quick.
Or maybe if you were using something that wasn't a rapier.
So it's Peikome's turn. Now, Peikome, is she standing where she is right now, or is she closer to the door that is open?
She would be like in front of Mayra.
Okay.
yay,
It's
meat
quite noble.
shield. I mean, best friend.
Throw me your sword!
Which one?
Either!
The one that screams.
Well, she currently has Black Gift out. That's what she used to leverage the big door.
Yeah, it is.
Listen,
Uh,
don't make us
just
fight two
clean-
trolls and an abomination.
Just cleave Karmeon in half.
Oh dear.
All right. She's going to head over to Karmeon and just try to leverage the door herself, leverage the gate herself.
Okay. Yeah.
Not trusting him to catch a two-handed greatsword.
So you manage that, or you manage to try at least. So you get up next to Karmeon and you kind of shoulder him out of the way, and Peikome starts to push at the door. Go ahead and roll strength with an advantage of 3.
Nice.
This is a very success.
Yeah. Great.
Whoa.
So Black Gift lets out this very unpleasant, angry noise at being used as a mundane tool. And the tip of the blade sinks into the stone farther than any normal blade ought to be able to. But you manage to use the flat of this renowned accursed sword to just force the grating deeper into the recess at the end of the slot. It takes a lot of work. Pekome is straining in her armor against it, and you can hear grains of sand shifting as the bar just grudgingly moves wider and wider. And after a couple seconds of really dedicated work, you've opened enough that someone could squeeze their way uncomfortably through the gap and down into the passage below.
All right. Why don't you go while I hold it open?
Okay. When it's my turn.
It is.
Okay, bye.
It is in fact Mayor's turn.
Maida, she cocks her bow, and instead of shooting an arrow, she's gonna shoot herself into the hole. Okay.
Just Angry Birds herself into the grate.
Question though, would I be able to take a shot and then move?
Yeah, you have a movement and a regular action.
Well, would my action be consumed by go down the crate? Great.
So 30 feet. I feel like you can shoot at the trolls, and after doing so, you can like get to the grate, but you need to kind of dedicate the other half of your turn to actually getting through it and down below.
Okay.
Because it's such a tight fit.
Yeah, it's a tight fit, and also it's just pretty much a move's worth of distance just to get over there.
Well, then that would kind of waste Pekome's next turn, because Pekome would have to keep holding it open.
Well,
It
Karmeon
doesn't
would
feel
go
like
before her.
it doesn't feel like there's really any resistance.
And
the-
Karmeon would go before her.
The grate isn't trying to slam shut against Pekome.
Ah, okay.
Like
She's
she's
just trying
forced
to
it
force
open
it.
and it's sitting there.
Maida will take a shot, and then she'll move over to the grate over here.
Yeah, we can just have Karmeon hit the lever.
Cool. Maida's gonna shoot the large troll this time.
Come on, double pin. Be our
Okay.
hero.
Go ahead. Yeah. So you're going to be rolling to attack with an advantage of 4.
Oh god.
Maida thinks fondly of Bone Crusher and how she would love to get kisses from her sweet, sweet puppy again. Oh,
It's a weird arrow thought, but okay.
does that inflict damage though?
Did we establish that it needs to?
Yes,
Yeah.
it has to wound in order to pin.
Okay. Yeah. No. That does not inflict any damage.
Oh. Are you
Not
sure?
concerning at all.
Are you sure?
I'm real sure.
All right, it's troll time.
Yeah. So the smaller troll will try to rip itself free from Meira's
Okay.
pinning. So that's going to be
-5.
-5.
It's
Oh
free.
no.
It does so. It just lurches forward and pulls itself cleanly off the arrow. It looks incensed and it begins to sprint across the arena, taking debris that you would have to scramble over in its stride without even noticing.
So who's ready to fight 2 trolls?
None of you are ready to fight the trolls. So the small troll will spend pretty much both of its turns getting real close, but not quite in range of you. And then it is the larger troll's turn, which did not take any damage. So it will also sprint forward quite angrily. And before long, it too is a mere 10 or so feet away from the 3 of you.
panic.
No concern, zero fear.
And that makes it Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon scrambles through the hole.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. And
And charges the lever.
okay. Does he pull the lever when he gets there?
Yeah.
Pull the lever, Crunk.
Okay.
Please no wrong lever.
Is it too stuck?
Nope. So the lever itself actually moves more smoothly than you think perhaps it ought to. And it locks itself about 45 degrees. You feel it kind of connect to a groove. And at that point, if Pekome is still leaning against the grate, she feels a jolt as it begins to retract itself. It's a very slow, or it feels very slow in the heat of the moment anyway, process with considerable grinding coming not just from the grate, but from the walls around you as the passage is drawn back slowly enough. And the passage appears to start opening even wider. Pekome.
I'm gonna delay my turn as she waits for Mayura to go first.
Okay.
Oh, you're so smart. Mira will
Mayura.
slide inside.
Okay. Does she stop at the bottom, or does she just kind of bolt past Karmeon?
Goodbye, Karmeon.
She zips on past. Pekome.
And then Pekome will zoom in after them.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds good. Small troll's turn. It is going to reach the grate. We will make a somewhat rare roll.
Is it the it wants to be friends roll?
I don't think so.
I think it's the strength roll.
That's that's almost as high as it could have rolled. So please,
Yeah, that's
tell
pretty
me if
bad. But it does have. It has 15. Let's see.
Can we adopt it?
I think it wants to adopt us for dinner.
I think it wants to crush bones.
So yeah, it grabs onto the metal grating and sort of gives it a violent tug, and you hear something snapping within the walls. And there's a little tremor that goes through the ground beneath your feet. But the
Wow.
grating, though it bends and buckles, does not actually pull entirely free, although the troll has stopped it from retracting any further. The second troll advances.
That grate can hold 2 trolls. It can't hold 2 trolls.
And it strikes out. And the grating just crumples and snaps between their combined fury, leaving the pathway between you and between them mostly unobstructed. Although you do note that the tunnel is not incredibly spacious down there, and it will probably be a little uncomfortable for them to give chase. Nevertheless, they do look very interested in doing that very thing, and the lead troll sort of begins its descent down the slope. Karmeon.
2 ways to go?
Nope, just 1 quarter down for about 30 feet or so. After the first 10 feet of this passageway, you are going to encounter sort of a not quite chamber where the walls widen, and there look to be low benches along the wall, and a couple metal posts that have rings as if they might be there, to hold or restrain beasts or some such.
Okay,
But
so we're
all
going
that's
from
abandoned.
a really shitty place for the trolls to fight into a much better place for the trolls to fight.
Yeah, but that only extends for, like 15 feet or so, and then it'll narrow again.
Okay.
I mean,
Into
there
the
is the
passage beyond.
second direction you could run.
Never.
Yeah, no,
I
there
mean,
is
you
a second
could run
direction
straight into
one could run.
If you really didn't want to live.
Karmeon bolts, but he will. If there's somewhere that we somewhere that gets bigger a lot, that we shouldn't go there.
Is he saying this?
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
Are you saying you can't tell that from my panicking voice? You saying Karmeon and I don't have very different panicking voices?
I thought it was very distinct.
Look, I'm just saying, you aren't very concise in moments of terror.
So Karmeon seems to have considered making a stand here, having seen the way ahead, but keeps
He
going.
continues on. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, spend both turns just sprinting off.
Mm-hmm.
It does get rather dark. That's not an issue for Karmeon, but it is something of an issue for Meira and Peiko.
Is there a part where it's thin enough where the trolls couldn't like stand abreast, or?
Yes, they cannot stand abreast at any point in this corridor. They are one after the other. Now the larger troll is in front. In the chamber itself, they could shuffle about awkwardly. Meira, it is your turn.
Meira will delay her move to after Karmeon. Wait, she is after
Karmeon just went.
Okay, Karmeon has gone past me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, she's going to just chase after Karmeon and just keep pace behind him.
Okay. Peiko Matt.
Can she?
She's going to put Black Gift away as she sprints.
Okay. Were you going to ask something, Stella?
Is it very obvious that the trolls have dropped down?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is incredibly obvious.
Meira is... Can I redact that and say that she's going to take a shot behind her? Try not to hit Pekome?
Oh god.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shoot Pekome in the leg. Be sorry,
roll
Pekome.
to attack at a modifier of 1.
Okay.
Or, sorry, modifier of 4.
4? Okay, so the big one is the first one
Yes,
in?
the large troll is leading.
You don't have to outrun the troll. You just gotta pin Pekome.
4. Does that get through the armor?
The thick skin.
Thick. They'll see thick.
Does not.
Damn. Okay. Well, she tried.
Yeah. It is a little slower to shoot and run than it is just to run.
How much distance is there between us and them?
Well, Pekome at the start of her turn is 10-ish feet in front.
Would they be able would they be able to catch up to me in like a one go?
If you were not to move, they would reach you and be able to attack.
Okay. Then I'm going to move forward first and then toss a flask of oil on the ground behind us.
Okay, just so you know, the ground is pretty sandy here. If you throw force line off, it can totally break and it'll seep in. That's fine. I just want you to, have all the information.
Yeah, she'll like slam it at the corner of the wall.
Okay.
And then she's gonna yell at Meira to light it.
How?
We have flint. We have other things. You have a lantern on your hip.
Meira does not have a lantern on her hip anymore.
No.
Well,
that was
maybe
probably
don't land
before
on the
I
lantern.
fell 15 meters. Fuck. Meira. Okay, well, she can't do it now, can she?
Well,
she
the
cannot.
trolls
Yeah,
go
it
first.
would be on her next turn. The trolls will first. And so Pekome pretty much does this at her heels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine. The trolls do charge forward. The smaller one looks incredibly angry, but it can't actually get around the larger one. So it delays its turn. And the larger troll will barrel down until it looms over Pekome, easily within arm's reach. But that does take long enough that it's not attacking you right now. And it's more or less standing on the soil or sand.
I get
ground
it, soil.
That is, all
No, you had it right. It's soil,
oily.
sandy oil.
And then the smaller troll basically runs up just behind it, frothing at the mouth. Karmeon, it's your turn. Ahead of you, maybe 15 feet or so, is a T intersection. You can't really tell much about either branch from where you are, but as you run up, it will extend at least 25 or so feet in each direction before turning again.
Okay. Is there any sign of light in either direction?
No,
Okay.
not a thing at all.
I think this is our best bet. Karmeon will point out.
As he turns behind him to see the other two all face to face with the troll.
Yeah. He's not like it's not great, but he'll kind of admit that he thinks it's their best bet. Unless you guys want to keep running in the dark, and we'll stop or continue running in the dark based on that reaction.
Pekome is just gonna yell that it's his decision. We'd have to follow him either way.
All right.
Maida screams unintelligibly.
All right. Can I roll Lore Master to know whether or not trolls can see in the dark according to Drunken Adventure Tales, Common Understanding, and General Legends?
No.
You absolutely can.
Wait, can?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. It sounded like you said can, but you said it so nicely.
You absolutely can't.
Yeah, screw you. As far as you recall, there isn't any particular lore about trolls being able to see in the dark. Maybe it happens on a case-by-case basis. These do appear to have been living down here, whatever that might entail, but maybe they came from a lighted area. At the very least, you don't think they do as a whole.
Okay, Karmeon keeps fucking running. Whichever hallway looks smarter, yes. No, whichever hallway looks smaller, and if neither, the second one, the right one.
Okay, Karmeon sprints forward, hits the T intersection, turns right, continues barreling forward. You're crossing length and length of hallway that's just kind of covered in sand, and the walls appear gouged by all manner of things, really. A lot has passed through here. I'm sorry, that's not true at all. The walls look pretty clean.
No.
I'm just psyching you out.
Okay. It's the other. Yeah. If we went through the other doorway, it's...
Well, I'm not going to say that explicitly, but...
Spoilers.
Yeah, the hallways look pretty fine. And as you continue on, you do see that up ahead... Let's see, you went right?
Yeah.
On the left, there is a some form of heavy door. Mayra, is your turn.
We got a door!
And the hallway does continue on beyond that.
So Pekome threw oil.
Mm-hmm. He's standing on top of the oil.
And almost on top of Pekome.
Mayra will run in and strike the flint. This is an awful idea. I have one.
It's okay.
Hit point.
You're flanking the oil now.
So, hold on. Mara just used her move to get up to the troll, and then struck her flint on the oil that was on the ground.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
thought Pekome was at her heel. Didn't you just say that?
Oh, Pekome, were you? No. The troll was on Pekome's heel. Was Pekome right next to Mera? Are they together?
Yes.
So she's doing it before running, but that does
Yeah, because
stop the troll in the first place.
Mayura's kept stopping and shooting, so they
Okay.
were about.
Yeah,
a
good point.
pace.
Okay, all right, yeah. So the troll is looming over Pekome and Mera,
Yes.
and Mera, before trying to flee any further, strikes her tinder and flint and lets some sparks out on the oily sand.
Yes.
Yeah, the oil greedily comes to life with that little spark. The way it has spread through the sand actually leaves it as more of a jellyish substance than anything else. And some of that jelly is coating the leading troll's foot, which lights on fire. The troll lets out a deafening bellow that makes Pekome and Mera's ears ring incredibly as this light comes to life. And you do, get a better view of the hallway where you are more or less blindly following Karmeon deeper and deeper into the real pitch darkness. You now see the shadowy outline of a T intersection where he just turned. And it does damage the troll. And the troll looks angry and hurt and not happy with the fire at all. So you have that going for you.
Yeah, now we have a flaming troll.
And then does she run?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able, after using your action, to try and disengage without provoking an attack with acrobatics?
Yes. So instead of moving, I'll use acrobatics. Because then that says I can choose to move or stay.
Yep.
Oh! I have no choice. I think I have to suffer the free attack and try to just move normally.
Okay.
Otherwise he'll just hit me, right? If I can't just stay there.
Or he could go for
Well,
Pekome.
It'll hit one of you, but that's assuming Pekome stays there.
So the question is, do you wait for a better chance to try and run, or do you hope you don't get hit?
I've got really shitty armor.
We have no clue how well this guy attacks.
Yeah.
He attacks using strong, and he has a fuck ton of it.
Let's see. The strong was -5.
I say this as your lore master.
If you go down, there isn't a good way for us to get you back up.
Okay. Maeda is going to not do anything.
Maybe.
You should run.
Well, I can't run. That's the whole point, right? I can't run, otherwise I get the free attack.
Maybe just try to last until you can do another acrobatics, because it's still an attack either way.
So,
I mean, yeah, but it's 2 attacks.
No, it would
then.
only be 1.
No, I'm saying, like, if she fails again, it's 2 attacks. If she leaves now, it's 1 attack. If she stays and succeeds, it's 1 attack.
But this way gives her the chance of no attacks.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Yep. So Maeda just kind of freezes.
Okay. Mera's frozen in place.
Actually, no,
You're gonna
because
try
I'm
and
making
shoot it
the
twice.
choice. If I stay, I'm making the choice that it has to try to hit you, and if it hits you, you go down.
One of us. There's a chance
One
that
of us is going down, probably. Maeda is going to try to run.
Here we go.
What's the modifier? -5? Wait, can I eat
Well,
it?
we don't know if it uses strong for attacks.
True.
Th-
But it's
it
probably
probably
safe to
does, but
assume.
But we gotta wait for our DM to tell
So
us.
this troll is going to attack Mara as she tries to flee. Roll to defend with a modifier of -3.
Okay. You have a chance, Stella.
That's what you're saying.
Wow.
Roll to confirm.
Holy smokes.
Well, do I roll to confirm at the -3 as well, right?
Yes,
Oh.
I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah.
it's the same thing.
So I mean, it misses.
Yeah,
It just,
I know, but it could be amazing.
You could get a shot off and pin it.
Yeah. Okay,
Nope.
no.
All right, so you got out.
I got out. I'm running.
Yeah.
I'm booking it.
You're gonna get away scot-free.
and you hear from the distance the thing Karmeon has already yelled in my timeline, which is, "We have a door!"
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
now
Mara scrambles away and hears just the sound of claws ripping through air, and then ripping through stone with only a little more difficulty that she occupied moments before. And it's Peykome's turn.
Right. Pickham is gonna yell out, "Whatever you do, don't stop, Mayra." And with her action, she's going to take one of her 2 remaining oil flasks and throw it right at the troll.
Okay. Yeah, so the oil flask will shatter on the troll's stony skin and paint more burning oil across its body. It screams out inarticulate rage and takes some amount of damage.
And then with her movement, she's gonna try to book it. She does have her shield out, she just doesn't have a weapon.
Okay. Well, yeah, go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of -. Actually, hold on, don't roll. A modifier of -1.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh.
Literally, that pause there was the difference.
Yeah. That would have been a big change.
Okay.
Okay.
A little close.
Again, so the troll is writhing in anger at the flames, and that delays its attack just long enough for Peykomi to get out of the way. And it's almost as if she can feel the brush of the very tips of its hideous claws against her armor as she darts off, barely out of reach. And it's the troll's turn, but rather than pursue for the moment, the troll stamps at the ground and kicks sand in an effort to stamp out the fire coating the ground and coating its leg. Which takes us back to Karmeon.
The door's still in front of him?
Yeah, just a couple feet.
Let's try the door.
Okay.
It's
the door's
locked. Oh fuck.
But it does look, susceptible to damage.
You know who's good at breaking doors open?
Karmeon spends the entire time trying to force the door open.
Is
Yeah.
Karmeon doing let me in?
He's doing let me out.
Yeah, for real.
Jostle, 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 let me in.
Do I have a modifier on a strong check?
-13.
No, just a regular roll of strength.
Hey.
Ooh.
Karmeon succeeds. Karmeon
He's
forces the
deceptively
door
strong.
forward and back and forward and back, and then hears something crunch, and the next time he shoves his weight against the door, it breaks around the handle, leaving that in place as the rest sinks inward. and he stumbles into what appears to be a relatively wide storeroom of sorts. But there are a number of objects and things scattered about, but it's difficult to take it in the frantic rush. The thing that stands out to you is that there is another door on the far side of the room.
Karmeon heads to the other door.
Okay.
And he
Yeah,
doesn't. It's a, he bum rushes it.
Okay, he's sprinting at the door. He won't
Yeah.
reach it, but
Yeah.
that's
There's
fine.
not going to be a stopping when he reaches the door.
Right.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So there was an intersection, right?
Yes,
Like,
Karmeon went
Yes,
right.
there's a T intersection.
did Karmeon ever tell us which direction to go? He just said there was a door, right?
Yeah.
And we're in the dark.
I mean,
I
yeah.
mean, he was kind of shouting back at you almost the whole time.
Just trying to figure out where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mayra. Time to run.
Run, 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 run. Never look back.
Wow.
Okay,
That's-
just a small
What?
peek
No,
back.
I was drawing an intersection.
Oh, okay.
What?
Well, I mean, not that you could look back. It is dark now. Well, you would see a flaming troll.
You're kind of around the corner right now, to be honest. So Mara gets to the door where Karmeon is bashing it open, and it crashes open. He crashes through. Does she carry into the same room?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd say that she could reach the far side of the room. I mean, I guess you can't really even see the far side of the room, to be honest.
She's just running forward
Yeah,
blindly.
she's just following Karmeon right now. Pekome.
Pekome is gonna full force sprint after them.
Okay, so Pekome can catch up because the door slowed Karmeon down enough. They would be able to do so.
Probably
they-
also hear the crashes of
Yeah.
Mira through valuables.
Trip, stumble, swear, bone crusher.
Yeah. So all three of you make it into the storeroom. You do hear in the background the raucous noises that come from the trolls beginning to lumber after you once again. Presumably the fire is taken care of at this point.
Hmm.
Now where do we go?
Through the other door. The other door.
Where's the other door?
Karmeon just charges for the door, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carmen,
You
you
will
hear
see
the
that
sound
there
of
is a
Carmen.
latch on the inside of the door. Does he try to manipulate it, or does he just boulder into it?
Yeah, no, I guess if he, sees that, he'll slow to a stop and then try shoving the latch down and heading through quietly.
Okay.
This way. If it.
Do Mera and Pekome, how are you moving at a pace to slow down with him, or are you just gonna smash into him, or what?
Pekome is still sprinting. She doesn't know to
Yeah, no, that's fair.
slow down. or
Okay.
stop.
Maida would be more perceptive than that, and she would
Yeah.
shout to Pekome to slow down. Just kind of
She'll
like,
just tackle.
Great. So Mera saves Karmeon and Pekome both from a bit of a collision. You get the door open, and beyond, Karmeon will see, is a hallway that is more neatly tended. There's no sand on the ground. It's back to the stone of before, although this stone is sort of shot through with black veins. Whatever that might entail. And you're able to get through, and you can close the door, and we'll temporarily drop out of combat here.
Okay.
And you can move more organically. But you are once more in the sort of labyrinthine tunnels of this place. And right now you're in the dark. You have presumably closed the door behind you. And
Yes. Karmeon is holding the door until everyone's through.
Yep. Everyone goes through, I'm sure, and Karmeon slams the door shut.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Karmeon quietly and carefully closes the door.
Karmeon does not pay bills in this place, so he does not slam doors.
Yes,
He
naturally.
only slams doors in his own house,
Uh-huh.
Which he doesn't
Okay.
have.
bills, which he doesn't have.
Because he's sleeping on our couch.
So yes, Karmeon gently closes the door. Do either of you want to turn a light on or use an eyedropper?
Once we get further and no.
Shut up. Okay. This way. And Karmeon goes and shoves his weapons away and goes to just take everyone's hands and lead them down the hallway quietly.
Mm-hmm. It's not that quiet, just for the record, with
Clunk,
Pekome.
clunk, ching.
Karmeon leads them quietly. They do not follow quietly.
Rattle, rattle,
Okay,
shake.
that's fair.
Maida
I mean,
is
as
quiet.
quietly as Meira follows, Pekome follows loudly. They kind of occupy opposite ends of the spectrum there.
Pekome holds Mayura's hand in the dark.
Just a three-way hand-holding going on here. Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Mayura's not
Okay.
okay with it.
So, yeah, Karmeon, continue on down the hallway. The sounds of stones and doors slamming comes from not that far behind you, but the door itself, at least until you pass from view of it when you reach a turn in the corridor, has yet to be knocked open. Around the corner, you find the hallway continues with more and more of this black quality overtaking the white stones. And you realize that you have sunk quite deep into the ruin at this point. You're several levels down below the point you've ever been before. And before long, you come to sort of an annex area. There's a long hallway. It's a little taller than the hallway that you've been occupying. There are carved pillars on either side that are rather exquisitely detailed of figures in this now black stone held in regal poses. And ahead of you, there's a wide staircase leading further down below. Whereas to the side, there's a smaller staircase, pretty narrow, kind of added as an afterthought. It almost seems like heading up to some shadowed corner of the annex on a higher level.
Okay, so we got to not a junction, but a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Which way did we turn?
You turn to the right.
Do we hear like the lumbering or thundering sounds of the trolls behind us?
Distantly, yes. You can't really tell whether they're coming closer or not, though.
Pekome is going to take this chance to try and light a torch.
Okay. Yeah, you can succeed at that. So you also are able to see this annex area now.
So now we have undead and trolls inside this accursed place.
Maybe they were undead trolls. I don't even know. Karmeon points out.
They certainly reacted like they were feeling pain.
Oh, yeah. Okay, they did get mad. Yeah.
Alright, Karmeon, which way are we going?
I don't know. Karmeon will kind of just start to pace around the outside of the room, outside edges, and not. I mean, Karmeon will think. I'll be like, if we go that way, and I'll point to the right side of the room. If we find anything that way, then we're maybe heading. We just find them. So I'll point to the left side of the room and the far side of the room, and be like, one of those two ways if we can.
She gestures vaguely at you.
Karmeon just continues poking around the outer edges of the room.
You're the one with the cursed eyes.
Yeah,
Aye.
but
And what are you looking for?
just, exploring it, seeing if there's any exits that are less obvious through the hidden, not the hidden, but the alcoves at the side of the room,
Yeah, so to one side of the room, as I said, there's that narrow staircase going up on in opposite of the stairs going down. On the other side of the room, where a mirroring staircase would be, there's actually a narrow passage that continues on at the same level, but directly away. You can't really tell all that much, just that it continues on and that it must be some sort of servant's corridor because it's much too narrow to comfortably walk. You'd have to carry on single file there.
I mean, we wanted to we wanted to find a way back up.
If we have to carry on single file, that probably means the trolls can't fit.
Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Mara? Yeah. So do we want to?
Growling.
Maya looks pretty messed up. She has been run ragged. She basically pretty much died. Almost.
3 times.
Yeah.
Every time she enters this place.
Yeah. So she probably looks very clammy, sweating profusely, pale, shaking. Her eyes look kind of hollow and distant. And you can tell that she's probably running on fumes and adrenaline right now. And she looks around kind of wild-eyed and not really focusing on any one thing, and her head snaps in the direction of any noise that there might be. She definitely doesn't seem to be in the headspace to make any decisions right now.
Karmeon heads up the stairs. While doing so, he starts fishing out an eyedropper.
Yeah, okay.
And he plops it in his other eye. The entire eyedrop. No, the contents. Not the
And then he goes blind.
the other eye. And
Okay.
yes,
You've awakened the curse.
No, that's fine. So yeah, you feel a little bit of a stinging as the solution spreads itself over your eye. And then you're compelled to close it. But before long, that irritation abates, and as you manage to open your eye again, you do notice that your night vision has become... Well, it's spread. Both of your eyes now can see through the dark. With perfect clarity.
Okay. And Karmeon will lead the way up the stairs and pocket the eyedropper.
Okay. And
then we get back outside and find out that he can't see in daylight.
Oh my
Take him a
God.
follows?
Yep.
Okay.
Mira, fabulous.
Yeah. Given your description of her, I assumed.
Yeah. Lovely.
All right. You find your way upstairs, and the sounds of the trolls in the distance sort of fades away. You're not entirely sure whether it's gone or whether it's just muffled by the twists and turns you've taken, but in any case, it doesn't sound like they're gaining on you, maybe not even searching for you anymore. But let's see. The passage that you reach up above is actually, it's twisting and it's turning and it's very difficult to keep a track of. But eventually, it leads to a pair of iron doors and nothing else. The doors are tall and relatively narrow to match the nature of the corridor itself. There are knobs on them. Well, not so much knobs as handles, I suppose, and they appear pretty plain. There's no ornamentation or anything else, but they appear to have kept rather well through the years.
Mm-hmm.
Onward and upward.
Yeah, Karmeon will just kind of look back and then put his shoulder into it and slowly try and open them.
Okay. That is fine.
It's super locked.
There's an iron bar.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Ah.
You can't do anything.
There's a troll holding the door closed.
I'm okay with that being what the troll chooses to do.
It's holding the door closed. Yeah, a bit of an improvement, right?
Oh my gosh.
Just start playing peekaboo with a troll.
A map.
So you find yourself in a corridor, and let's just do
It's
Those-
a corridor.
I was scrolled all the way up, so I thought the like pitch black was supposed to be because we couldn't see.
Yeah. Your screen is dark. Well,
Hey, we have a torch
Oh,
and
Dang.
a Karmeon.
Rest in peace.
Dane's dead.
Dane's
The
dead.
ghost, the ghost
Dane
of
is-
Dane shows up to laugh at us.
I do not have 10 hit points. I wish I had 10 hit points, but I have one.
We could just say you have 10 hit points.
Oh, that's why I couldn't move him. Whoops. Okay, so the three of you.
I'm gonna be in back.
7 out of 14. Enter. No.
You hit the gear,
Out of
and
14.
then you do the first bar.
Here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you right
Oh,
click. You right click your
7.
token.
14. I hit 7 out of 14 for the. Yeah.
Okay. So you find yourself in this corridor. Not that far ahead. You can see there's some nature of intersection above you. And beyond that, the pathway continues on, but it's secluded in the darkness. Karmeon can tell that it goes on for quite some distance without much of an apparent break beyond the point of
You're-
vision on the map
You have
itself.
a lot more health than I do.
What? Isn't that 1 point?
He's
Or
got
wait, are you counting up
his cap.
on the bar too?
He's got 3 more
Oh,
max
yeah.
toughness than I do.
Yeah.
What does toughness come from?
Strong, doesn't it?
Yep.
I don't think it auto calculates it. So I think when I lost my strong and adjusted
You haven't
it,
gotten it back?
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah. So your cap should probably be a little higher than it is right now.
It's all right. I'll never be up to that.
Yeah, we haven't
anyway.
actually successfully got you to maximum of whatever you thought your cap was.
True.
For the sheet down here, I'll count down. So I have 5 points left.
Okay. Perfect. And all right. So you're free to explore this area, but I think right now we will pause for a quick break before we explore this newest portion of the labyrinth.
Excellent. Thank you, friends, so much for being here. Y'all are so awesome, and it's so great to see a large crowd here joining us for Symbaroum, the Swedish TTRPG system and setting that we've been playing. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Please go get something tasty to eat, have something yummy to drink, and get cozy, and we'll be back in just a few.
All right. So our group, excuse me. Our group, much the worse for wear, has found its way into a new portion of the ruins here. Mayra is more or less hanging on by a thread right now. Pekome isn't in the best of shape, and Karmeon is probably the best off of the group, but still not really great right now. But you find yourself in this hallway. we before the break we kind of described what it looks like just ahead. What is it that you would like to do?
Can I give Mayor a pep talk to give her one more toughness back?
You can give her a pep talk. It won't give her a point of toughness back now.
But what if I roll really well?
You'll inspire her enough that she might not try to hit you.
eh, eh,
All right, here we go.
Might.
All right.
You
Okay.
feel
What kind of tone is this, though?
Yeah.
What's
describe
your
this pep talk.
approach?
Look, we've survived Dragul, we've survived whatever the snake was, and we managed to not die to trolls.
I think
How
the
how much worse could
yeah.
things get?
And then the snake was just more Dragul, but not one of us.
Well, the point is, whatever dangers are down here, together we can face them.
Taxonomically.
There, you're inspired.
Mira just kind of looks off to the side, stares at the wall. She looks like your little pep talk here has had the opposite effect. And she just looks
Wow.
even more
Rude.
anxious.
Hey. Karmeon keeps going down the hallway.
Okay. Oh, this is the wrong command. Cancel.
He
Okay.
used the summon trolls command.
Yeah.
No. Summon puppies. Summon puppies.
That's Mayor's ultimate spell, summon bone crushers.
Also, do not summon Dragul puppies. That will be my worst
What a
nightmare.
way to go. Okay.
Is this a cave-in behind us?
It is a cave-in behind you, yeah. It is. That there is a cave-in. So, this is more or less what you see. Along the eastern passageway, there are a number of doors in a number of places, and the rest of the passageway continues on to the north for quite some distance.
Should we check out these rooms? Apparently,
That was
Karmeon's
for
very
me
good.
personally.
Yep.
Karmeon's going to say, if I didn't get turned around when falling down, then he points down the right hallway. That's not the way back. I mean, neither of these might be the way back, but that's the direction back. Mostly. I think.
Well, should we check out these rooms and head that way?
Yeah. I mean, some supplies would be nice. Much. I mean, this isn't. How much oil's left?
She holds up her last remaining flask,
Okay.
but she does still have a couple of torches.
And then Karmeon will head down the hallway.
What do you
Going
check
down the
out?
hallway, opening
mean-
up doors.
Yeah, I guess opening up doors as quietly as possible.
Creak.
Which door do you tackle first?
We split up and opened them at the exact same moment to make things worse.
Okay, let me just open up this.
Oh, no. Not the turn order.
No, Karmeon will head to the one that's easier for him to head to.
Okay. Karmeon opens the door and reveals what appears to be a sort of, excuse me, dormitory-esque room. There's a single bed in the far corner that has since been rotted away. You can tell that it was a bed and that the frame's there, but it's kind of sagging down in places. The mattress is pitted and almost entirely gone.
Mhm.
And there's this large wash basin that It's made from a dark metal that it doesn't appear to have suffered from rust or anything of that sort. Now, on this floor, as you explore, the black striations that were infecting the rock below have more or less disappeared. Now that you're kind of aware of them, you can see them just a little bit here or there, but they're pretty far and few and far between even. Elsewhere in the room, there are some old racks. Many of the shelves have been, carved into the walls, so they still are lasting, and there's various debris and stuff scattered through the area. If you'd like, you can search it more closely.
Yeah.
With a vigilant roll.
Karmeon at least will go through the room.
Pekome will open this lower door.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the worst that could happen? There's a troll in there?
Maida moves here. Out of the way.
Suits of
Cons-
armor.
Those
Concern
are,
rising.
in fact, just suits of armor. Yes.
Hey, Pekome's an expert on armor.
Yep. So, Pekome opens the door into what appears to be some sort of storage room for a barracks or an armory or something of that nature. There are 6 stands which have suits of armor upon them. The walls are filled with various weapons on racks, and the whole room appears immaculate. There might be some manner of enchantment upon it, because very little wear has managed to show on any of the equipment in that particular room.
Karmeon, come check out this room.
Okay. Karmeon leaves the room and comes to investigate that one.
Okay. You see much the same.
Yeah. That's neat.
Well, clearly this isn't natural.
Ah!
You know more about this than I would.
Karmeon tries spitting on the floor.
It explodes.
Yeah, Karmeon spits on the floor.
Does the spit disappear?
No.
Well, that was gross.
Well, yeah, but it's, it's like dust or dirt.
No, it's spit.
Yeah. Yeah. But,
Maida stares at the both of them like they're crazy.
Karmeon swipes some dust off of a sleeve onto the floor.
What are you doing?
Well, maybe people show up and clean it.
So he's trying to make the room dusty.
So yeah, the dust that you brush off the sleeve of your shirt kind of descends to the ground, and it does just sort of flicker out of existence somewhere along the way.
See? Yeah, maybe there's something in here that's doing that, but I don't know.
Well, can you use your special eyes and make sure there's no traps or...
I do not trust it.
How are my eyes special? Oh. Karmeon looks around.
There is witchcraft all over this place.
Oh,
Go ahead and roll vigilant at -1.
I believe in you. You got special eyes. Oh.
Karmeon don't see shit.
Everything seems pretty standard in here to you.
Maida's gonna back up here and just kind of keep an eye and ear out north and south.
Okay. Does Mako have any, or
Make
does Maida have any sort of light with her?
Pekome has the torch.
I think she's gonna... No. She's just gonna...
Lurk?
She's gonna lurk, but she's gonna, keep an eye... Obviously, she'll be able to see Pekome's torch.
Yeah.
So long as she can see Peikome's torch, then she'll stay there. But once it's like she can't see the light anymore, she's gonna like follow.
Okay.
So she's
Sounds good.
basically standing in the dark, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Pikome's gonna check out
The room?
Yes.
Okay. So Pikome steps into the room, and there's still a little bit of light coming from the torch out into the corridor. Does do you go in as well with Karmeon?
Karmeon will go, yeah.
Okay.
Does he get less dusty?
He does not get less dusty.
Then he just dusts himself off as he
Does-
goes along.
Do his
Okay.
shoes get less dusty?
No part of Karmeon gets less dusty, save the parts that he actively dusts off.
Right,
And what exactly do you do in the room?
she's gonna examine the various weapons in the room.
Yeah, there appear to be a number of finely made weapons. There are two-handed long swords, there are one-handed short swords, there are one-handed long swords, there are maces, there are flails, there are spears, and all of them made of a very pale, an unusual form of, it might be steel. It has almost an ethereal light to it, but the longer you look at it, the more you're certain there isn't actually a light coming from these weapons. It's just so uniquely bright that your mind's kind of making you think that there is.
Optical illusion.
They're relatively slender weapons, but they appear exquisitely made. A couple of them even have a sort of gold filigree along the hilts for those weapons that do have hilts. And the armor on the stands is similarly well made, although the proportions for these suits of armor kind of seem as though they'd fit a taller and narrower sort of build than any of you possess.
She's gonna attempt to pick up one of the long swords and check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a vigilant roll at -2.
What's the worst that could happen?
The floor drops out.
Wow. Very nice.
Wow.
You want me to confirm that?
You can.
You're right, I can.
Extreme success. Yeah. So as you pick up this sword,
She knows equipment.
yeah, Pikome does know equipment. You instinctively can tell that it is balanced very well. It feels light but dense, as if it's just an ideal swordsman make for a long sword or for a one-handed sword. And nothing really seems to change about the room as you lift it. You do feel kind of this prickle rush over your skin as you pick up the weapon. There's a changing to the quality of the air, but it's difficult to place at first. But as the seconds pass, you begin to kind of smell this mustier scent that was more familiar in the hallway, and maybe you didn't even notice it until it was returning. But it seems to be filling the room now in a way that it wasn't before.
So it's like the dirt from outside is getting in.
Yes.
Pikome's gonna mention that she thinks that might have done something to the enchantment.
Karmeon continues dusting himself, but he pays attention to what happens to the dust.
Yep. So dust is now striking the ground below you and piling up on the floor.
You broke it?
Does anything happen to the gear? Does it like change or degrade at all
The gear does not appear to visibly change at this time.
at this time? She's going to try and, like take the sword out of the room and see if anything happens.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
By like tossing it out there.
Unless. Oh my god, don't make a ton of noise. What the heck?
So you throw the sword out into the hallway.
Not like fling it, just like drop it like outside the door.
are you reaching out with your hand, or are you throwing it?
Look, it's like a softball toss, just
You
underhand.
softball toss a sword onto a stone quarter. All right, that's fine. Just making sure that I had the appropriate image here. Karmeon, are you joining Pekome by the door here?
What? Karmeon has not noticed yet.
Okay, Karmeon is just looking at the dust.
Karmeon is more precisely looking for a nice,
rapier.
potentially elven stiletto or rapier to.
Okay, go ahead and give me
Make
a
off
vigilant roll at +4.
Okay.
Yes, you do find an ideally suited stiletto that appears really almost tailor-made for Karmeon.
Yeah.
And Karmeon is able to take it. Meanwhile, as Karmeon
Clang,
picks
clang,
up the
clang.
stiletto, there is an exceptionally raucous crash as this finely made longsword, which has spent hundreds of years in pristine protection from an enchantment, clatters to the ground outside in the hallway, and the sound courses down the various hallways.
What was that?
I was making sure the weapons were allowed to leave the room.
Meira slinks forward. You just see her like peer
Did you
around
drop
the
it?
corner. Yeah, he freaking threw it at the floor. And you just hear Meira hiss at you. She notches an arrow just in case.
At Pekome.
No,
Alright,
she has
it's
it
time to
pointed
go.
to the ground.
Karmeon, just hold on to the dagger and, heads off.
Pekome is gonna leave the room. Pick up the sword.
Karmeon
Okay.
crosses the threshold with his ill-gotten loot likewise. Wait,
She's
did
gonna
any of
hook
them
it.
have decorative hats?
No, all of the armor was truly armored as far as the caps go.
She's gonna hook it to like one of her belt loops.
Yeah, okay. She has a third sword.
Don't judge her.
I'm judging her a lot right now. So carrying on, where do you head?
To the next door to
Yeah, we gotta throw more things.
optimistically peek in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this door is quite similar to the first.
Hey,
The contents are also quite similar to the first.
in particular,
Mm-hmm.
can these two rooms
No.
Can they burp?
be
I don't know if rooms can
secured
do that.
from the inside in any fashion?
Um, So there's nothing within to necessarily help with it unless you were to pry the wash basins off of their foundations and try to like block the door from within with them, which you could do with some effort
Yeah.
and quite a bit of noise.
But
But also the doors are pretty sturdy. They're unlocked, but they're pretty sturdy. So maybe you could find something somewhere else and use it as a barricade.
Mhm.
They do seem quote unquote defensible.
Okay. Yeah, he'll kind of quietly shut the door behind him and shrug and move on to the next and be like, if we have to come,
Okay. So you don't like investigate it, you're just opening and closing and moving on.
I suppose look around, especially because you mentioned a lock, didn't you?
Pardon? A lock?
A lock, yeah. The door's unlocked.
Yes. The door, yes. There is a locking mechanism on the doors.
Yeah. Karmeon especially looks for a key.
Okay. Go ahead and roll base vigilance.
You know who has a key?
Yeah.
We don't.
You do not manage to find anything of note in there.
Okay.
Alright, then Pekome will open the last door over here.
That's where the acid monster is.
Hey, acid monsters, you love bathing in acid.
Meira looks so uneasy. She looks like she wants to sit down.
Okay. This is quite similar to the other dormitory rooms, and you are getting a sense that that's kind of where you've found yourself.
Yeah.
It's a room much like the others. Does Bikome do anything with it?
Seeing that Mayura looks like she's about to actually faint, she's gonna recommend to Karmeon that maybe they stop here.
Yeah, we can look for a key in there and then, maybe lock up and save our... I'm not too worried about it. Save our oil?
The lantern's broken. Or gone.
Yeah,
we
we
don't
have no lantern right now.
Save our torches? Your torches? I have a
Mayura
torch.
still has a torch.
As the two of you are trying to deliberate on this, Maida will just literally shove herself into this room. She'll go into the far corner. She just rolls out her bedroll and then passes the fuck out.
And then you activated the trap card.
Well, she's asleep, so she doesn't notice.
Well, Karmeon, I guess I'm taking first watch.
Yeah, don't you?
Well, if we want to use this torch properly, I should probably take first watch.
Yeah. Well, let's
Instead of relighting it.
Karmeon searches this next room, hoping for a key.
Pekome will check out the other room.
Karmeon doesn't see shit.
It's not, well. Okay. Where's Bikome going?
She's checking the middle room for a key while he looks at that room.
Okay. Yeah. You can roll. Given that Karmeon has already searched the room, it's not really going to be
Likely.
revealing a lot of new things, but you can absolutely do a search.
What, like -3?
Just a normal modifier, but a success won't maybe not equate specifically to what you want. Okay. Yeah. So you search and you can pretty effectively confirm there is no key just lying about in the middle room.
Alright, she shrugs and goes back.
How
into
big's the
this
bathtub?
How big is Karmeon?
That's a great question. Is there a thing I can roll?
room. How does he stand against Pekome, who's 6'4"?
Roll a 5d12.
And looks even larger because
Wait, no. Roll a 1d12.
No, you roll a 1d6.
Okay, you're 5'2".
Karmeon is short.
Okay, yeah, Karmeon can comfortably fit in the wash tub.
Karmeon gets in the washtub, covers himself up with his bedroll, and shuts his eyes. And takes no. He doesn't take this watch. That's the thing.
Okay. And Pekome, what is she up to after searching the middle room?
Heads back. It closes the door behind her.
Okay. And she's just sitting on the inside of the door?
Like here, watching the door.
Okay. Is she sitting still?
Yes.
Okay.
There's no reason to pace in a small room.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Go ahead and give me a vigilant roll -2.
Unfortunately, I used my successful one already. But maybe Kevin will bless me and I'll succeed this roll.
No, you won't. Cool.
Oh, wow. Way to throw shade. I am not worthy of Kevin.
Alright. Just a sec.
He's seeing how many turns bandits have been following us without us noticing.
How many trolls have been following us?
You've given any bandits the slip, let me assure you of that.
What, they didn't follow us down into the pit and after the trolls?
I have no clue where you are now. In specific terms.
It's okay. If the bandits show up, I can say, DM, are they hot?
Yeah, but then they can say, DM, is she hot?
The answer's no. Wait, she could be, unless
Yeah, you could shape.
On
Why
the
don't you
wall.
shapeshifter.
You could have shapeshifted into a troll. And tried to
DM,
flirt.
am I hot? I always get nervous when the DM's gotta think about something.
He's trying to see
it's
where the
just-
trolls.
Something's being very, very slow right now.
So what does Karmeon dream of?
Puzzle box.
So, Karmeon is probably particularly troubled this night. Day, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole purpose was to retrieve Bamilo, and now that is probably something of an impossibility for this venture, and in all likelihood, all ventures furthermore into this ruins will not be able to successfully retrieve Bamilo, given what exactly Pekome unleashed.
Hmm.
She didn't unleash them. That door wasn't going.
That's the literal definition of unleashed. Opens door. Rampage begins.
But that's implying the trolls would have been held back otherwise.
I mean, really, honestly, like, Mayor's just lucky she passed that vigilant roll. Otherwise, she would have been crushed by the door and
Yeah.
also on her butt, assuming they even managed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the DM loads 4 different monster sheets.
No, you're good. You're good. This is fine. You're just having a good conversation, and
What
yeah.
is May?
So because you
what does
failed the
Mayra
vigilance
dream of?
test, so you don't notice anything. What does Mary dream of?
Mira dreams of... She is very upset of the idea of sand right now. Her boots are full of sand and everything hurts. So she dreams of a nicer time. She has a memory of sitting on a hill that overlooks her village, the village of barbarians where she was raised. She hasn't been there for years, but sometimes she gets a little close, especially if Dane, her late brother, has business in the village. So she's sitting on the hill and waiting, and she's sort of downing whatever alcohol that was last procured and put into her flask. And eventually her brother joins her on the outskirts of the village, and the two of them share some laughs and jokes at the expense of children that they grew up with. Dane might try to cheer her up with the story of how her arch nemesis has contracted some sort of sexual disease and his dick's going to fall off, and this brings Meira absolute pleasure. She's so excited at this story. And yeah, so she just kind of remembers that, and she finds a little bit of respite here in this dank, dark, cold, miserable place. She can't even remember why we're here. We already got the tablets. And then she remembers the body of Bamilo. And while she has some sympathy, her dream probably turns a little bitter. She probably grumbles under her breath as she's sleeping. That's it.
At which point, Pekome wakes up Karmeon for the second shift.
Yeah, Karmeon sort of sits up in his nice metal bathtub, and
Is it nice?
yeah.
It looks very rust covered.
No, it's not rusty at all.
Yeah,
It
not
is
rusty at all.
resistant to rust in every fashion.
All right. She's gonna put out her torch and go sleep in the corner.
What? Wait. Karmeon opens the door, steps into the hallway, and takes care of business.
Okay, roll quick.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh,
-2.
oh,
Oh,
my
there's
God.
no way to pass that.
Carmeon has
Oh,
been
no.
taken care of.
Quick. Oh, okay.
Oh.
So, Karmeon.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Uh,
Wait, do I
By the
heal 1 hit point?
you're still asleep.
Fuck, okay.
Karmeon, roll defense, I suppose,
Okay.
Oh
against
God.
a modifier of -5.
What?
It's the troll.
And then just do it once more.
What's more?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
No, not confirmed. Okay, great.
Oh.
So the door opens, and Karmeon takes about half a step outside into the hallway before this creature, this there's a flash of movement, and I'm assuming that when Karmeon said wait, the torch is still lit on the inside. Yeah.
Yeah, she would have
Okay.
paused. Like, what
So
the hell are you
everyone, everyone here being just Pekome
doing?
gets a chance to watch as there's a blur of motion from above, from near the roof, the hallway, as something lunges down and strikes Karmeon solidly in the chest. And then it strikes again, but Karmeon's reflexes manage to catch up with the situation, and he narrowly, well, not even narrowly, he very skillfully twirls away from the blow before the second one can land. However, the first hit does do 6 damage.
That's not enough
after
to
the
take
armor,
you out.
After the armor.
It's not enough to take Karmeon out.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, now might be a good time for you to drink that elixir of life.
He already did.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Alright, I need to remove that from my inventory.
Karmeon is yeah. Yeah.
He's yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, did that make him take care of business?
Well,
No, we're not going to talk about that on stream.
Well, it was either that or shit in the corner, okay?
God. Oh no. Moving on.
All right. So I guess now we put up turn order.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pekome would yell at Mayura to get up.
Just change layers here fast.
Merida goes, 5 more minutes, Mom.
You're not going to be alive in 5 minutes.
Where's Jacob the cat when I need a changeling roar?
I'll go fetch him.
No! Leave your poor kitty alone. Ah, shit. Why did I say anything?
Wow. That was savage, Stella.
No.
I am back. Jacob the cat, produce your mighty roar.
No. It's so cute.
How do we know that's not
Oh,
the
poor
roar
baby.
of the monster?
That's what Maida sounds like
Poor
right now.
baby.
That's what she sounds like in her sleep.
Poor baby kitty.
No, that's her roaring at you.
Rare.
Your baby kitty. Why are you wet?
It got a bath.
I comb bathed them earlier.
Alright. Excuse
Okay.
me, why does that thing have wings and look like a tiny dragon?
So the scale is just a little off.
Mm-hmm.
It's a best fit kind of thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you can
So
you can kind of like if you hold down Alt as you're like dragging the corners out, it won't snap to grid.
okay. Wait, why can't I pick this anymore?
Did you put it on the map layer by accident?
It's there forever.
Oh, it's because I'm not on the object layer right now. Okay. Okay.
Oh, Karmeon's about to be eaten by an undead dragon.
So it's not exactly a dragon. It looks about the size of a human though, and it hovers in the air before Karmeon. This creature has sort of gossamer wings that are as much insect as reptilian, and it sort of emits a very quiet hum where it floats. It has very sharp, needle-like fangs protruding from its mouth, which itself looks large enough to were Karmeon to stay still, at least swallow maybe a third of them in one go.
Ah!
Well, that's because he's really short.
Hovering right there in front of Karmeon. And right, we are going to pop on the old turn
Hey, cool.
order,
We get to
and
fight a
we're
dragonfly.
going to add... Who's a dragonfly?
Hey, nice. +1 point for not dying. Thank you. I'll take that. I accept.
And this quick is 13. Paycome is going to jump back up here. What's Paycome's vigilance?
10.
Okay, so this is 9, so it will go third. Karmeon, it is your turn.
Karmeon will
We
pull
just
out
watched
his
Karmeon's hit.
rapier and his parrying dagger
Mm-hmm.
and poke away.
Okay. Yes. So, although the dragonfly is hovering in the air in the corridor, the spaces are narrow enough that it can't really stay out of reach necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And you may attack. Now, you are going to be attacking with a modifier of -3, which is a miss. You do not
Really
connect.
is.
Alright. So,
Come on.
I'm going to use Quick Draw to try and pull out gear without using my movement.
Okay. Give it a roll.
Alright. Which point she's gonna drop the torch, pull out her shield and the sword she just picked up,
Uh-huh.
and then go stand beside Karmeon to try and help him.
Okay.
She'll use the action to move.
Yeah. Sounds good. It's the dragonfly's turn.
Come on, Karmeon, you're the master of dodging.
It will turn its focus. Will it turn its focus on Paycome?
It's drawn blood. Tasty, tasty blood.
Yeah, no, it's going to keep attacking Karmeon. Karmeon, go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of -5.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow, excellent. Go ahead and confirm that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, so you do get a free attack on this creature. You can make it now.
With a flanking bonus.
So it'd be -1.
So
right?
is it flanking if you're both in front of it?
Well, because it has to focus its attention on the two of us.
I'll
Because
allow
it's not
that.
a flanking
So
bonus.
you can
it's
go ahead and
advantage.
attack. Your modifier is -1 now with the flanking bonus.
Hey.
Sorry.
Karmeon stabs away with his rapier
Yeah.
and
Don't forget your
desperately-
1d4.
manages to hit.
Yeah. Okay. So you do
Thinking.
8 damage, which is very impressive. Good job. It looks extremely wounded. It does attack twice, so you're gonna have to roll to defend again.
Oh.
Well, just crit again.
Still at -5.
This is Karmeon we're talking about.
Okay,
Oof.
great, good work.
Wow.
Okay, no, that was a 16 out of 10. Yeah.
It still
yeah, I had
passes,
the
though.
same thought.
Wait, what?
It would have been 11.
How
instead
is
of 16.
your modifier at -5 still?
Oh, then I
16?
hit.
Oh, it would have been 11, but you'd still
Yep.
dodge.
Yeah,
so
he
it's
still
fine.
Yeah,
dodge.
you're right. I hit
Okay.
+1 because I was still on the attack thought. Yeah,
Okay.
Which one?
+1. No, see, it
Which
would have
still
been
would've-
-5. It would have been a
Oh,
swing of
yeah,
6. It still would have been 10.
Yeah, so it would have been 10 and 10.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, your last one was 11.
Why was your last one 11?
Oh, because I have a parrying dagger out. That's
Oh,
why.
so you have the +1. Okay, so it would have been 10 with an attribute of 11, which is still a dodge.
Yes.
So you're fine.
Yes.
Cool.
Well, mostly
so
fine.
this creature looks quite harmed right now. In fact, one might say you hit the pain threshold, but since it was a free attack, it's not more to it right now. Mayra, it is your turn. You are really waking up to a heck of a commotion.
I will take my bow. And ready to
Mayra goes back to
shoot?
sleep.
Can I shoot it on my turn?
You don't have to move, so you could spend your movement pulling out
so
your
you're
stuff.
kind of getting up, getting your bow. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
shoot
well,
it with my bow.
so the only problem, right, is they're kind of blocking both of the lines of sight.
Well, I better not miss then.
Yeah, you better not miss. Okay, go right ahead.
Then it turns out it had master acrobatics and just throws Karmeon.
No!
in there.
Yeah, so the modifier is -3 for you.
Hey,
Easy.
solid hit.
Yeah. So that kills it.
Mayra struggles to get up. She feels the aches and bruises of her previous fall. She masterfully retrieves her bow, knocks the arrow, and just lets it loose. And it just, the needle, eye of the needle, just right between the two of them, threading. Thunk. Shot through the heart. Easy. Clap.
Yeah. And the dragonfly takes the shot, lets out this mewling little, very human noise, and then it tumbles to the ground in a clatter of dust and limb, and one of its wings breaks as it collides with the floor and grows still.
Tactical.
Are you all right, Karmeon?
I just wanted Karmeon pees on the thing. Pees on the dragonfly. And then he, assuming he gets through that without being assaulted, stumbles back in and climbs in the bathtub again.
Okay.
It was your watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch from here.
Pikomi's gonna close the door.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good.
Mayra goes
should
back
do
to
that.
sleep.
Yeah.
What, does this confuse you?
I like how he's in the bathtub space a little farther from the door this time.
Yeah, he's in the back half sitting up.
And what does Pekome do now after closing the door?
Now she's gonna put out the torch that's on the floor
Yeah.
and then try to get some sleep.
Okay.
What?
Great. Okay. Yeah. So the rest of the night seems to pass relatively quietly. Karmeon, do you wake Mayra up for her last watch?
Yeah, maybe.
No.
Let's see.
No.
Mayra stabs you and goes back to sleep.
Let's see. Karmeon wakes her up from the bathtub.
From the bathtub. So you're
Yeah,
shouting.
Oh my
Mayra,
god.
Mayra. The bed is within reach.
What's left of it?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what's necessary because he grabs a
Maida
chunk
doesn't.
of what's left of it
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
and chucks it across the room.
Okay.
Oh.
3 4-year-olds in a room together.
Maida does not seem to stir even the slightest as this hits her.
She goes to sleep.
Okay.
So all 3 of us are
All
asleep.
three
Right?
of you are asleep. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm pretty sure we just discovered it.
No, that wasn't the worst. There could have been 2.
Kevin, don't type.
Kevin, stop looking through the PDF.
I wasn't looking through the PDF. I was rolling.
What do you mean you were rolling?
He can do secret
GM.
rolls.
No, this is Symbaroum. He's not supposed to roll ever.
Well, you've all gone to sleep. I can't have you roll, can I?
Sure you can. Have Karmeon roll. He's closest to the door.
All right. So yeah. Nothing seems to happen.
We all get 14 toughness back.
You gradually wake up at some point. Whoever wakes up first may decide that.
Maida probably wakes up
Pretty well.
first because she was sleeping the longest.
Okay, yeah, and she kind of notices that she is the only one awake.
She will go to the door and put her ear against the door.
Okay, roll vigilance at -1.
Oh, if it hadn't been a -1.
As far as Mayra can tell, everything is quiet.
God, our
May-
team name is just always accurate.
Maida goes to the other door, the other side of the door, and she puts her other ear against the door.
As far as Mayra can tell, everything is quiet.
Valiant attempt.
Perfect. She's gonna go back in the corner, sit up, and she's just gonna eat and just kind of wake up a little bit.
Okay.
Do you wake anyone else up?
Nope.
Pekome has an interesting dream.
What is?
Tell us about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the dream?
She dreams about the first play she saw as a child, except
Mhm.
for whatever reason, all of the actors have been replaced by trolls.
Oh.
But this seems perfectly normal.
Okay.
How is Dream Pekome reacting to that?
She's never been so astounded by the grip of something so large.
Ah. Okay.
Like, have you ever seen a troll do a pirouette?
You'll have to ask
It's legit.
Pekome.
It's
I mean-
majestic.
Maida.
Karmeon will wake up in the bathtub and he'll sit up and he'll look over at the other two and then he'll look at the door and then he'll start to eat too.
Okay.
He'll be like, wake up, Pekome?
After Maida has food, she's going to look over to Pekome. She's gonna crawl over next to Pekome, and then just kind of like shove Pekome's shoulder and whisper, "Pekome, wake up."
Don't touch me, I'll kill you.
Shoves again. Wake up.
Without just moving her arm, brings it over to the handle of her sword.
Maida slinks away. And then she slinks over to Karmeon. She says, "Do you have anything to help me?" I have one hit
she
point.
She
No, don't
crawls
you
on
have-
death's door.
Don't you have 2 now?
You did just have a nice rest, so you can each increment a stat or HP point.
I have 2 hit points. Help.
You've doubled your health. Pekome will wake up slowly.
Karmeon will really just... We never use this much in supplies, Karmeon will complain, before climbing out of the bathtub and moving to help. Yet again in sleep order.
Well, your
watch order.
entire group did die.
You're gonna try to heal Pekame while she's asleep?
No, well, she's
waking
last
up.
watch. Wait, no. Yeah,
Oh.
she's first watch. That's fair. Reverse.
Okay. Alright, so you'll treat Meira and then yourself.
Allegedly treat Meira.
Yes.
There you go. There you go.
Woo!
There you go.
Right. Here comes the 114.
Ugh.
Hey, nice.
Wow, 3 hit points.
Meira has never gotten more than a 1.
Yep.
She
Oh,
needs
my
to
dear.
stop getting wounded in terrible ways that can't be aided by bandages. And yeah, by the time Karmeon gets to Pekome, I don't think he'll be terribly concerned with threats. But you know,
Mm-hmm.
if they're there, we'll get there.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Pekome is gonna chomp on some whey bread.
Okay.
We survived another night.
I don't even know that it is.
What are we doing here? We should leave.
Yeah, well,
We're not going back the way we came.
no, we're not.
I think we are going to die here.
We're. Hmm.
Maeda will suggest to the party that we take stock of our supplies. That way we're a bit more frugal with them, because we don't know how long we're going to be trapped under here.
How much food we got?
I think Maeda has enough food for 4 more days?
We bought a lot of food.
She has bandages.
At this point, the first torch is probably all burnt out. 'Cause
Uh,
they-
yeah, for sure.
So we're down to... Pekome's down to 2 torches and 1 thing of lamp oil.
We can make torches with the lamp oil.
She does have firewood. If they get some cloth, they could make improvised torches.
Okay, okay.
Meira gestures to the bed.
I don't know if that can hold together enough for it to burn. It might just go up in dust.
Well, where do we go from here?
Well, first we go outside this door.
Maeda will put her ear up against the door.
Go ahead and roll vigilance again at -2.
-2.
Can I also
Wow.
roll vigilance because I'm at the door?
You can. You're wearing a helmet right now?
Yes.
That's definitely
Minus-
-3 for you.
I figured, but you never know. You could naturally crit.
Well, everything sounds dead quiet to Pekome.
Pekome thinks she might have a concussion.
Meira does hear, as she listens at the edge of the doorway, a very small rustling sound. It doesn't happen regularly, but it also doesn't seem to be moving away. Just periodically, now and then, there's a little something that happens on the far side of the door.
It's the poop bandit that attacked Karmeon.
Meira will put her hand out on Pekome's shoulder and then with her other hand put a finger to her own mouth. Or her mask, I guess. In a hushing movement. And then she'll cup her ear. Like I hear something, and point at the door, but she doesn't say anything.
Can Pekome even see that?
She is very deliberately trying to get your attention. If you don't look at her
but
when
we're in the dark.
Oh. Well, she's like
Karmeon
literally
sees
touching
it.
you.
And
We-
Karmeon comes over, and he tries to draw both of them away from the door.
Alright, sure, pull the person in plate mail quietly away from the door.
Whatever, yeah, yeet.
Jingle.
Karmeon steps up to the door
Oh, dear.
and kicks it.
Well,
Okay.
doesn't the door open inwards?
He's not trying to open it.
What?
So
What?
it's a closed door and he just kicks it.
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
don't you just let me open it?
Wow. What the heck? Meira, in her mind, repeats the line, "We are going to die here."
These idiots don't know what quiet means.
Yeah. Nothing happens for a moment.
Huh?
Do you wait? A couple seconds?
Yeah.
Are you just standing on the other side of the door? Have you backed up at all?
No.
Okay, real quick.
The door's about to hit Karmeon.
God. Oh my god.
Wow, excellent.
Roll
Go
to
ahead
confirm.
and confirm that. Yeah.
Well, that's. I don't know who you guys think you're talking to. It's a miracle I passed the first one, but sure, yeah, okay.
It's Karmeon the Quick.
Okay.
You at least succeeded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an accomplishment for
In and of itself.
sure.
Okay.
Second here.
He's trying to get a troll token.
Please.
Troll token. That would be rough. Be very rough. Holy smokes. Okay.
Oh, as this is all happening, Meira in the background is drawing her bow and notching an arrow because she
Yeah,
knows
that's a good call.
she knows something
That's a bad call.
freaking awful.
So the door explodes open about 5 seconds after Karmeon kicks it. Unfortunately, he's on his toes and he's able to back away to skirt the carnage as the door flies open. He takes a step back and a larger than this creature steps out. Wait. Ah.
The dragonfly's mom has found us.
The dragonfly's mom. No. A man steps in. And this man does not look particularly normal. He's wearing Ambrian clothing, sure. But he's also... Oh, wait. Is this... this... Oh, my dear. That's a little large. It's not that big. It's that big. He's wearing Ambrian attire, but it's quite worn and faded. And he has sort of ink black eyes and a very feral expression on his face. He, rather than, he holds the hilt of a sword, but the sword has since snapped. It's just a handle. As he advances into the room to face the three of you. And you can tell that the hands wrapped around the hilt and the hands just sort of hanging limply by his side have these festering black claws that are bleeding at the tips. Just little drops of blood that fall to the stone at his feet. And he focuses on Karmeon first and foremost, who is just before him. And I guess since you did get that quick roll, we will just go right in to the old turn order. Add this fella in, and we'll get his quick on the board as being 7.
I thought it was another one of those things.
All right, I got my chocolate pudding.
Karmeon, it's your turn.
Yeah, Karmeon yells that and yanks out a dagger for free and his rapier with his movement and sets into stance and stabs away.
Okay.
What's my modifier?
Your modifier for this is going to be +9.
I
hate that. And he
I can't actually critically miss.
Yes, you can. If you roll another 20. Okay.
Okay. So you don't,
Yeah, no.
Yeah. necessarily
In the clear.
in the clear. Okay. So you miss, and that's all. Hey, Kome.
Where are we
Uh,
getting light from? Where is he getting? Does he?
So he doesn't need light. You don't need light. No one else can see.
Well,
If
That's
I can
fortunate.
say so, they obviously with my attack,
Oh my
I
god.
struck out with my rapier. What's his weapon?
He has
the hilt
an
of a sword.
empty. Yeah, he has a sword hilt in one hand.
Is he gonna use that at all? You know.
That remains to be seen.
Well, why I ask that is I feel as if there might have been a flash of sparks if he parried with it in any way.
Oh, I see. Okay, he did not
Yes.
parry. He
Okay, then-
evaded
then-
the
You
attack.
just
yeah.
missed.
Okay.
You
All
just
right. Pekome is just going to swing in the general direction that Karmeon next to her swung. Like, she hears the sound of fighting ahead of her. She knows Karmeon's to her side.
Wait, is this a new scene?
This is a new scene, yeah.
Is she using Black Gift?
No,
Damn.
she is not.
Okay.
But about that, how does reaching the threshold work? Is it when I hit 5 corruption or when I get 5?
When you exceed your threshold is when you take the
Okay.
penalty.
Alright, so pretty much if I got 2 points right now, I would exceed the threshold immediately.
Let me open your sheet. Oops. Yes, 2 points would tip you over the threshold, and you would take permanent corruption again.
Yeah, so not a good idea.
No, that would
So-
turn you into an abomination.
So, she's going to stab out with the new longsword she got.
Okay. Just in general in front of her?
Yes. So, probably not the most accurate
Alright.
attack ever.
Yeah. So we're going to toss on a -5 on top of the regular modifier.
So just 4 then?
Yeah, so just +4. Turns out it's really easy to hit this thing.
Maybe it's very noisy.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
it's
the
exceptionally noisy.
dice is D10 for this sword.
Yeah, it's a single-handed sword.
Oh yeah.
Just a normal
there.
single-handed sword. Fancy.
Does that count? No, I wouldn't have advantage. I can't see this guy.
You absolutely do not have advantage in any way, shape, or form in this
So
fight.
yeah, just 6.
Okay, so you deal 6 damage. Make a defense roll for me.
Oh, god damn it. Is he another one of these acid bastards?
Get us a light! Karmeon shouts back.
What's the value?
Just 0.
Okay. Not okay with that.
Okay. Yes, so you do manage to lash out at where this lumbering shape appears to be in the darkness from the sounds of the fight with Karmeon. The new sword that you've found cleaves through some form of resistant material and then flesh. And you can hear as much as feel a spray of blood as it reaches out and cascades over your armor and your face. And you take damage from that.
It goes through armor?
So I'm actually looking that up right now. Whoever... Let's make a defense test, or we hit, damage. Doesn't actually say.
If it... No, I feel like that's something that would normally be specified if it did.
You're expecting a lot for a translated RPG.
Well, I guess it would be at your call whether or not it's like magical or spiritual or mystical, I mean.
I mean, we reduced the last, like, acid blood with armor.
Ah, but is this acid blood? Or
Well, it's blood that's aciding.
blood? Well, we haven't heard what the blood does to people.
Acid.
Meira had anticipated this, so her arrow is pointed out into the darkness. She can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just kind of like blindly pointing it around. Unsure. That's what the scene looks like.
Karmeon did say that she should probably light something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to fill the silence with words.
That's totally fine. So yeah, I'm just gonna say that your armor does protect against acid. So you'll have to roll the value of your armor.
It was 9 for the defense.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't take any damage, but you do feel this acid burning through your armor, or at least starting to. And it's Mayura's turn.
So for a
Plate
split
mail.
second, she's like frantically pointing her arrow around, and then she's like, ah. She just kind of sets it down, and
Mhm.
she kneels down, and next to her is Peikome's pack. She reaches inside, and she gets a torch.
You have a torch.
No, I don't. I used it, dude.
Okay.
You gave Karmeon and I each one torch, and we all used our torches as soon as we
Karmeon hasn't
entered.
yet.
Oh. Meira reaches into Karmeon's pack and gets a torch. She produces a torch and she lights it. That's her thing.
Okay.
Peikome would call out that it's another one of those bleeders.
Yeah.
Now
I mean,
there's light.
That thing didn't look human. The
It looks
last one.
humanoid.
Okay, but this is... I don't think it is! It's got a person face?
Well, now it's its turn.
So Mayura has gone. It is its turn. It will turn towards Peikome, who has managed to hit it.
Hi, hello.
Will launch
Hello.
itself forward with a sort of angry little scream and lash out with both hands, with the haft of its sword and with the claws of its other bleeding fingers. Go ahead and make a roll to defend at -5.
Yeah, that's about what I thought. Oh, man.
you successfully defend. And it is Karmeon's turn.
It's a lovely sound, just the claws scraping against her shield.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The slight
Karmeon
sizzling of acid melting through
tries
metal.
to reset his stance and stabs forth again. Maybe in swings. We'll see.
Okay.
Ah!
Go ahead and confirm that.
Karmeon is singularly great
Ah!
or awful.
Karmeon lunges forward and misses. Maybe as the light suddenly fills the chamber, his unnatural dark vision makes him a little disoriented, but he stumbles between Pekome and the creature, and it lashes out opportunistically. So go ahead and roll defense at -5.
Ooh. Okay. It's a good thing you're hard to hit.
Karmeon dances back.
And Pekome, it's your turn again.
Right. Knowing how this went last time, and now that she has vision of the thing.
Yep.
She's gonna bash it with her shield.
Okay. And what damage does the shield do again?
It's a D4.
Okay.
But she should have advantage now. Because she can see it, and they're both fighting it. Because it's not a flanking bonus, it's advantage of...
From flanking.
I mean, worst comes to worst, she just like steps inside the combat and goes here-ish.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about the amount of damage dice I want to give a shield
Mm-hmm.
for bashing. Because 1d4 is just straight doubling it.
Yeah.
Which I don't. Okay. We'll go ahead and attack.
1d4 in my sword would be like 14 damage.
Yeah.
Right. See, proportionally, it's not as large a amount.
So
Something
is
I'll
it
figure out later.
9?
Yes, +9 to attack. Okay, you do successfully hit. You do 2 damage.
With the other part of it not being able to get through armor normally is why
Yeah.
the D4 doesn't seem to be that big.
You can roll. Yeah. You can roll 1d4.
Okay.
Okay. You do kind of clobber it. It looks over at you angrily for a moment. And since it is your turn, you will need to roll armor. Just roll the value of your armor to see if you protect yourself from the acid that is trying to burn its way through to your skin.
Oh, that's a permanent thing?
Nope. It's a time thing.
Is there not like a test against?
No.
'Cause that's
The test was to
a
avoid
roll.
getting caught by it.
Well, no, because that sounds like something Resolute would. Or
It doesn't,
steadfast.
though.
Steadfast, because it's about breaking physical effects like that.
It's not a physical effect. It's you have poison on you. Like it's not a condition or an effect that you break. It's just either you wash it off or it burns its way out. Like poison is something like you can resist. Acid is just on you, and you either dodge being touched by it or it's on you.
Which was the 1d10?
The one
That was the armor to resist. So you do successfully resist against the.
I just
Damn.
saw 2.
Well, because the other one was just 10. It wasn't a 1d10.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
that explains that.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
I know how to get him by Kevin.
And Mayra, your turn.
Mira picks up her bow. And she shoots it.
Okay.
Modifier?
Yeah, so the modifier is a +9.
Unk.
Okay, so you deal that much damage. Oops.
And it's
It does
Strong.
successfully hit, and it does successfully damage. So you can give a roll. Its strength is a modifier of -1 to you.
Okay. Ink.
You succeed. It is pinned.
Maida draws back her bow and flies right between Karmeon and Pekome. And it sort of drives through a shoulder and then kind of pins it against the door frame.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Funk.
And it is its turn. So it's momentarily pinned.
What about the projectile acid spray all the way across the room?
That's not quite how it works.
Oh.
Yeah. I did have to check to see whether you guys would be affected when she shot it.
Yeah, that's actually what I was wondering, but I
But you're
didn't want to mention.
Mhm.
You know, Karmeon's safe in this fight since he would have to not only land a hit but do damage.
Got him. So it's going to attack Pekome again. Go ahead and
Mhm.
roll defense at -5.
-5. Hey. We live in.
Yeah, go ahead and confirm it. Yeah, okay, you have a free attack on it. It is very ungainly in how it attacks you while it is pinned to the door by Mayura's arrow. And that opens it up for a free attack on your part.
Well, seeing as a war of attrition very badly, Pekome, she's just gonna try to end this as fast as she can
Okay.
and swing with her sword.
Go ahead and attack. Its defense gives you a +9 modifier.
Do I? Oh god. Do I get the D4 with that on
Yep.
Okay. I didn't know if that added. Oh god, that's so much text. I hit the
Okay.
up arrow on accident, so it tried to redo that roll, and it's just like a paragraph of text for the code.
Nice.
Okay. So you do deal damage to it. Another gout of blood chases after you. So go ahead and roll your defense flat to see whether you are struck by it. You are struck by it.
At least I'm blocking the damage, but this could be a crit.
Does blood spray get to critically hit?
It would do more damage.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Alright.
It's fine.
Okay.
So you need to roll your armor. Roll a d10.
Okay.
This turn twice.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Roll.
does that first 10 block the first hit, and then I just roll one more d10? Because the armor already went off for the attack.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So just roll an additional d10. Yeah, that's totally fine. That wasn't.
I'm good at this.
How many ways can V fuck up a single roll? It's 3 so far.
I almost typed rule d10.
Okay. So let's see. That is 9. Okay. So you feel your breastplate sort of beginning to lose its shape as the front of the chest piece rots and begins to kind of just sag in on itself as more and more of the metal is peeled away by this caustic blood. And Mayra, it's your turn.
Maida will shoot it.
Modifier?
+9. Okay. So that does not do any damage to it.
Stella, please.
But it's
Pick
a
up
hit.
Melting
Your
alive.
arrow kind of sinks into his shoulder, and he briefly glances past the combatants that he's near.
Uh-oh.
Focus on you.
How much acid damage did I take? I was reading.
You have not taken any damage. You have blocked it all.
Okay.
Your
The-
armor has taken 12 points of damage.
Okay. Alright, Karmeon. hero attack.
No, no,
Oh,
no.
Not quite.
It's turn.
No,
Wow.
no, he
So
doesn't
it is
need a
going
turn.
to roll. Go ahead, Mara, and roll to see whether it stays on. The strength is a modifier of -1 to you.
Is he still pinned to that door?
We're about to find out. Yes, it is very pinned to the door. So it will again weakly try to lash out and harm Peikome. Go ahead and roll your defense at a modifier of -5.
This is illegal. Assistance.
Karmeon, it's your turn.
Good thing we're across the hallway from a room full of literally armor.
Guess who's wearing elf armor?
Oh god.
Okay,
I just
Karmeon
bought this armor.
successfully does damage.
Hey, no, you get to be part of the acid club.
Karmeon
Oh.
swings and slices it across the chest.
Okay, go ahead and roll defense at a modifier of 0.
Oh god, with a rapier, it's gonna super spray.
This isn't an enemy.
And then pirouettes away from the incoming acid spray and points his rapier at the thing once more.
Hey, he finally finished reading that book.
Very stylish.
Well, he
Peikome.
always had the pirouettes down.
Alright. So. Will the acid burn immediately after? Like, the acid I have on me, will it burn immediately after the attack or at the end of my turn?
I mean, I guess technically it probably happens at the start of your turn.
Start?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. I mean,
I feel
think
like end of the
on
turn is
your
the best.
end of the turn makes sense.
because
Why-
then I could
why do you
do an.
ask?
Well, because as a movement action, you can use elixirs and consumables and stuff. So
Okay.
like, I could attack and then pull out my flask and try to get this blood
Pour
off
some
me.
oil on yourself. See how that combines.
No, I meant more like the water skin.
I feel like it should be the end of, right? Because then you can do something.
Yeah.
about
It makes sense to react. So it's at the end of your turn. It's going to be more than a movement to pull out a flask, open it up, and try to douse it over yourself, though.
Well, it's under the movement.
Yeah, but
specifically
you
to
have
that.
both of your hands occupied right now. You can't attack and then free a hand to open a flask, pour it on yourself. Like, you using an elixir that you have like on your belt or something that you're gonna drink in combat is different, I would say, intuitively, than
And washing your clothing off.
washing yourself off. In fact, acid is, I mean, it specifically says that it is an action to make a successful cunning test to wash away with water, dirt, sand, or something else.
Well, I didn't know that part. I just thought it was
Well,
like
it's still your turn. You can choose to do whatever you want. But I mean, it's not a movement to invalidate the poison blood on you, is all I'm saying.
Oh.
And you know that now, and you can choose to do whatever you want.
Well, I'm still gonna have to kill this thing.
Okay.
Or I can kill the thing.
Go ahead and roll the additional damage and roll to defend.
I would like to dodge one of the acids.
Well, you managed to.
So that's
roll
just
your
two
armor
then?
value. What's just 2?
It's 2 of these. Because I had, or because it stacked
Two what?
last time where I had 2 acid on me.
Yes, but no, the first one has worn off. It's just 1d10.
Okay.
Okay, and you don't take any damage to it, but your armor is actually in shambles. Yeah, so Peikome lands a very skillful blow and really sort of cleaves right across this creature's rib cage. There's a spray of blood that both she and Karmeon managed to avoid in their own ways. And the monster falls at your feet. Peikome's armor, the chest piece, just essentially falls out from the shoulder piece, and the leather straps holding what once was the waist in place crashes onto the ground and sort of contorts into a slowly writhing and degrading metallic mass. But the monster is dead, and it's all of your turn. You do have one more acid test,
Well,
and I guess your armor's gone. Yeah, okay. So that's just 3 damage. But I mean, roll like medium armor is what, 1d6?
1d8 from me. Because man at arms.
But normally 1d6, yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Because I know how to use armor so well.
Maybe just a
No.
quick cunning test to get the armor off.
Yeah.
With
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
acid?
Make a cunning test to see if you can get rid of the armor or the poison or the parts that are still sticking to you.
Is that at 0?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
No difficulty. Touched.
Yeah, very unlikely.
So you will take 3 points of damage from this acidic blood.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
Could've
you
been.
successfully soaked 15 points of damage. So
But
silver
there
linings.
goes all the armor she just bought.
Yeah. True.
Karmeon's gonna pant and
Creep.
point at the dragonfly with his rapier, then point at the acid bleeding monstrosity between them and it. I thought it was another one of those.
I told you it was a bleeder.
What? No, I saw it before you did. I thought it was another one of those when I kicked the door.
That one looked fresh. The other one looked like it'd been here forever.
Yeah. Maybe they're
Pikome's gonna get out of this room as they're talking, so that like acid doesn't block the way
Does
out.
this one look like anyone we know?
No, it
Okay.
appears to be someone who, as far as you can tell, is in their late 20s or so.
Prime
But-
adventuring age.
Prime adventuring age, indeed. And you wouldn't really recognize them as anyone you've seen in Thistlehold in the past several years.
Pikome's getting out of that room.
Yep. So Pekome steps over the growing pool of blood that is slowly etching holes, or not holes, but shallow grooves into the stone floor.
Meira scuttles after Pekome.
Karmeon
so it-
likewise.
At this point, she's discarded like most of her armor, except for probably like the greaves and the gauntlet.
Oh,
Yeah.
Meira picks up the torch.
Good call.
And also
good call.
Karmeon's pack, you said, was left back there?
Yeah, everyone's packs and all the torch. Yeah.
Karmeon will reclaim his pack and look at Pekome and be like, let's
Speaking
see
of
if we can
which,
fit
so this
you
is
in.
this is your first like full look, Karmeon's full look at what she looks like normally.
Yeah.
Why don't you give us a description of what she looks like?
I would, but the text file I have is on my other computer.
Oh,
Mhm.
in general?
Wing it.
She at this point the horn, like the antlers, would be slightly more grown, just barely sticking out above the faintly shimmering blonde hair. She's got burns and scars on her now from all the fighting. A sharp, angular face that almost looks like it could be etched out of wood.
Let's get you some of that armor, Karmeon suggests. And starts to take up the rear.
She's kind of just gonna stare at the other two for a moment,
Uh-huh.
because like there may have been some denying things before, but this is fully out there now.
Yeah.
Meira turns away as if it is no big deal, as if she doesn't notice anything.
And she will lead the way since she has a torch. And she'll
Okay.
stop like
And are you on your way back to the armory?
Yeah, she kind of just gestures in the vague direction of the armory.
Now, this would have to be like piecemeal stuff because this was made for like larger people, you would say.
Yeah. It's
Well-
not gonna fit well, but you will probably be able to kind of. I mean,
She's-
you could replace your entire set of armor, in which case it would fit very poorly. You could just steal a breastplate and like your mobility will suffer, but you'll be covered.
Well, she's got.
I mean, she's like 6'2".
6'4", she said. Yeah,
6'4".
Yeah, she's very
so
tall.
rather tall.
But like these people were like huge, weren't they?
It's not
yeah,
gonna fit
from what we
Karmeon.
heard.
2 sets of armor, at least. I mean, that's all you can really tell, right? So the sets of armor are nearly 7 feet tall, or maybe are 7 feet tall.
Well, she's also assuming that this is for like the people that were described in Aldis's notes, that like
Mhm.
the huge people.
Yeah. And I mean, all this notes spoke of people even taller than that. But yep. So a breastplate would be a little difficult, but I mean, some of these pieces have sort of articulated skirts that start midway around the waist, so you'd still be able to retain some degree of movement and make it work, even if it wouldn't be winning any fashion contests, and even if it might slow you down just a little.
All right. Well, she's going to use her knowledge of like properly fitting armor and equipment, try to piecemeal what she can.
Mm-hmm.
Karmeon waits in the hallway and keeps an eye out.
Okay, great. Yeah. So Takome manages to grab a new chess piece. It's a piece of sort of light off-white steel that kind of hangs heavily on her shoulders because it fits a little too low, but with some cinching of the straps, you manage to fit it into place. The skirts hang in little leather strips with studded bits of metal for added protection that drape to the knees. And there's a curious etching on the front of the armor in a very fine black set of lines. It looks as if it's been cut in by some very precise tool. Sort of a series of concentric circles with a pair of fangs that sprout outside the circles and in towards the middle. And then there's an odd triangular shape at the bottom.
Does
which
that look
is a solid
anything?
black.
Does that look anything like the symbol Karmeon tried to show us earlier?
No, this symbol does not appear to be something that you have seen or noticed before.
Can I get that symbol described again?
Yeah, I'll put it in writing in our channel.
Awesome.
For you.
She's gonna like the suit that she took apart.
Mhm.
She's gonna grab what's left of it and like tie it to the back of her pack. Maybe when they get back to town, she could have something done with
Okay.
it.
Yeah. That will be pretty heavy, just so you know. But you're welcome to do it, and you are of physical stature to handle it. And there is, I suppose, where we'll end our session. Pekome kind of refitting herself, and the group prepared to forge onward and hopefully find a way out of this labyrinth.
We didn't die, everyone.
Yay! Oh my gosh, thank you, Obdurant, for another super awesome session. Really appreciate it. And thank you, chat, for tuning in. We're gonna do some shout-outs real quick. We'll start off with our DM. Is there anything that you'd like to tell our chat?
Hello, I'm Obdurant. I like D&D of almost all varieties. I like playing Destiny. You can catch me doing both of those things.
Tell me how you feel
And,
about Pathfinder.
I enjoy Pathfinder. I wish my
what was-
Pathfinder campaign had an abruptly ended with absolutely no forewarning after we invested a lot of time into the characters. Kory, how do you Pathfinder?
I miss playing a kobold slave.
Yeah, that's good times,
He misses
right?
he misses having a cold.
Kevin misses having a kobold slave.
True.
Next we
Yeah,
have.
that's me.
Thank you, Kory. Is there anything you'd like to tell the chat?
Close
your book.
I don't have the book open. Not shit. Thanks for watching. One of these days, Karmeon's gonna get out of this dungeon, and then he's gonna learn that the secret to that book is that, in fact, the terms are all described 3/4 of the way through the book.
No,
I don't know
the secret
why.
of the book was friendship all along.
Oh.
No, that was the secret of whatever this dungeon is.
The
The friends that died along the way.
but
Oh.
certainly not least, Vertigo Cross.
Hi, I'm Vertigo Cross. I'm the chaos at the heart of humanity. I like games and D&D and causing a lot of trouble.
Vertigo is also my co-host for Mixed Monday Madness, where we play video games together and we provide saucy commentary, which generally results in me trying to romance whatever is going on, even if it's not a romance game. That is going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday night, and we hope to see you there. Woohoo!
Honk.
Honk, 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 honk. Friends, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your weekend. Oh, I should probably shout myself out. I'm Stella
No.
Luna. This is my
Yeah.
channel.
Too
welcome.
late. You said last but not least.
Well, I'm Stella Luna. I play video games. I have recently been playing a lot of Beat Saber and Destiny 2. We did a raid earlier today where we did Garden of Salvation with Obdurant being our raid leader there, and we did it. We beat it. It was awesome. It was great. If you are new to the channel, if you want to get notifications for when we go live, or if you want to just see what we're up to, please give us a follow. That way you get those alerts. If you want to play with us, we have Dungeons and Dragons, TTRPGs, Destiny 2, golf with your friends. You can get in on the action by hanging out in our Discord. Link is there in the chat as well. We are a very friendly, inclusive community, and we would love to play games with you.
Little did you know, Kory, we were actually playing paired for going first. Or going last.
You might cut out.
You cut off halfway through that. So I'm just gonna say, yup.
Excellent. Thank you, cast. And good night, everyone.
Wait.
What?
End the stream now.